What is up, YouTube? It is the artisanmc, and you have now embarked on a hero's journey. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Yes, it is early because I am on East Coast time and not West Coast time. So it's 11 o'clock somewhere else. So, hope you guys are having a safe St. Patrick's Day weekend. I have not drank. One reason I had to drive too far to get back to my hotel, and I haven't found a good spot that I want to actually drink in. Pretty much. So I haven't had any alcohol or beer since I've been here, and that's not a revelation. I usually don't, but there are times where I will imbibe. This is one of them, and I haven't done it. So it is what it is. I did have a good time yesterday going out to, what is it, Byford? Or I can't remember the name of the park. Some big park down in downtown Savannah. And they were doing their little Irish stuff down there. Everybody was wearing green, and I stepped out the car wearing all black and a Punisher shirt. So didn't think I really understood the assignment, but today I got my green shirt on. Shout out to Garuk from Magic the Gathering. So I did actually pack a green shirt. So let's get on with this. It's actually 11 here. It's like 8 in Cali. So they probably ain't even awake yet. So all my Cali folks should have to catch this on the replay because I'm going to get this done and logged in because I've been up since 6 a.m. damn near every day, and that's early as hell for me. So I'm already feeling sleepy on a Sunday, which is weird. So I don't see any regular folks in here. All my ninjas are watching. So I'll jump right into this crap for this week. We had Daredevil episode 3. We had Invincible finale, episode 8, which me and Sam, Black Bane, were having a good conversation about yesterday. I hope he shows up today so we can actually give you guys a little redress on what we talked about yesterday. Reacher episode 6, and just some random shows that I've been watching since I've been here that I started watching before I left. And I always told you guys, you can mark how bad current day entertainment is when you find yourself going back to shows from 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago to watch those series, especially in the age of streaming, right? Especially in the age of streaming, because it's easier to find these series and go back to them and just delve right back into the whole series and just start watching it. Recently, I've been going back through Babylon 5. I just found myself looking through Prime one night, and Babylon 5 was up in the early episodes, the early seasons, because it's only 5 seasons. The early seasons were open. You didn't have to buy them. They were open. Now, I already owned them on DVD. But here I am away from home and stuff like, hell yeah, I'll watch Babylon 5. And I just started going back through Babylon 5 again. So I finished the first season, I think I finished the first season Wednesday. And then started going through season 2. And then by Friday, they stopped their little free whatever. So I haven't gone back to finish watching that half season of season 2. But I probably will when I get back home because, like I said, I own the DVDs. I just have to go pull them out of storage. And since storage is close now, I can make a swing by there before I go home and just bring my Babylon 5 home so I can finish watching it because I don't like having those gaps in my playing and recording of those episodes. But for the most part, it is a good show. The effects may seem really dated nowadays. At the time in 94, 90, 95. It was pretty up there. It was pretty up there, right? Star Wars, or not even Star Wars, Star Trek wasn't even doing those effects yet. They were not using computer effects at all. They were still doing models and stuff. Babylon 5 was one of the first ones doing computer generated special effects with the ships and everything like that. So it was a revolution that people use all the time now. But back in 94, it was the first time you were seeing it on regular, could call it network television. It was cable. And see what it was. So beyond that, beyond the effects, because the effect is not the story. Story is the characters. What's up, blood boiling? You my East Coast folks hide now. The show is really good. The writing is really strong. The intrigue is there from the first season. And watching some of these episodes that I remember and I love. Why is my mouse moving when I'm not touching it? There we go. Weird. Watching the story in that show and the intrigue and the seeds that were left from the first season on to the fifth season made me kind of giddy getting to those episodes that I remember and I really loved. Like, they have a really good time travel story in this one that leads seeds into later seasons, which I really enjoyed how that story wrapped around on itself. And one of the things I realized in the show that people have remarked in the Daredevil Born Again show that is missing is religious iconography. Like, first season, even the second season, half of the second season, they really do talk about religion a lot. Religion is in there, right? And it's not hidden away. Like, it's something that isn't there. One of the main characters is a Russian Jew, and she deals with her faith and stuff like that. And you get the explanation of all the faiths that are on planet Earth when you're trying to explain it to an alien and say, oh, what one religion do you all follow? Like, we don't. There's a bunch of them down here. What's good, Rainfire? So I'm really enjoying the show, watching again. And like I said, getting giddy about those episodes that I remember, and really, because I already know what the payoff is. I'm like, oh man, this is such a good episode. Such good writing that I'm really invested in finishing out the series again for, I don't know, the upteeth time, and enjoying that as much as I am. I also went back last night, thanks to Malika. He was mentioning another movie to me that I'm going to watch today that's still sitting on the television right now since I fell asleep before watching it, which was, what is this? Twilight of the Warriors, Walled In, martial arts movie. This looks wild. It looks wild, and meaning I have to watch it. I do, because I'm down for that. But while looking for that last night, after he texted me about it, I ran across something on Prime that I had not seen in a minute because I don't own the movie. What's up, studio? And that was Dragon Tiger Gate, starring Donnie Yen. Well, I watched Dragon Tiger Gate last night. Oh, I was watching the hell out of that. That's what I fell asleep to, watching that. So I'm looking to watch this new movie tonight. Maybe I'll throw it up there and let the rest of you guys know what it is and check it out. What's up, Malika? Cinephilic brother in the house. But it's been good. So, like I was saying, you realize how bad a lot of this television is when you find yourself going back to older shows like that. It's like, we have Daredevil going on right now. We have Invincible. We have Reacher. The Boys is going to show up sooner or later. Andor is getting ready to start. I'm watching series television from the 90s to be entertained. That's a problem. That's a problem. It's not a problem with me watching the 90s stuff because the 90s stuff is good, just like 90s music. Y'all missing out. Really, you are. Having not lived through the 90s because you barely hear the shit now. But it looks bad because modern television can't hold, a lot of it can't hold a candle to some of the stuff that came in the 90s. Ew. Ew. Now, if you looked at my community tab, you'll see I put the trailer up there for Electra Woman and Dyna Girl. And as kooky as that may look, when I was watching that last night, because it's only 8 episodes, it's short, right? 20 or so minutes apiece, right? No commercials. I'm sitting there laughing about how much this actually looks like the television they're producing right now. When they talk about the removal of DEI and stuff like that, and you have to think, what has DEI brought us outside of, Caucasian women getting the benefit of a lot of stuff ahead of black folks, black women included. You get shows that's about as good as this shit. You do. You get shows just about as good as this. Same messaging. And if you look on YouTube, it's funny. You'll see that they remade this show in 2016. Who do you think wrote that piece of shit? And it looks just as bad as you might think it looks. It looks just as bad. And I think it was a movie. I don't think it was fan made. It's bad. For entertainment purposes, that's pretty bad. The bar is really low. So how do you turn this around? You need better creators. That's just what it is. You need better writers, better creators, better visionaries, better directors. Do they exist? I would think, optimistically, I would think they exist. Because if you got this many bad ones, the opposite side of the spectrum needs to be just as many good ones. Why don't you see them? Herein lieth the problem, folks. Your producers, your gatekeepers, they're the ones keeping you from getting these good creators. They're the ones. These studios, they keep it from coming through. Like I'm watching Prime last night. I'm getting all this advertisement for Wheel of Time season 2. It's going to be so awesome and all the rest of that. I haven't watched season 1. And stop with this autoplay shit making me think this is continue watching. I didn't start watching that shit. It ran an advertisement and that counted. No, I don't want to watch this. I'm not interested. I'm not interested at all. I've heard, yeah. I've heard the book is good. All right, cool. I'll read the book. I'm not watching that show. I don't like that woman that's over there running Prime television. She is trash. Trash. Now they want to give her James Bond? She doing bad enough with some of the shows she got. Outside of The Boys that's going away, Invincible that's going to close out its next season, Reacher that's there. I don't know if she's responsible for Jack Ryan or anything like that. Look, man, she got enough fouls. She got more fouls than hits, man. Her percentages are not good. Are not. I don't know how she's still there too. So apparently these, failing upwards folks are just going to be there. And when they fail upward, they suppress anybody who could come in beneath them and actually have a brain, a good idea, some out the box thinking that would actually save and reinvigorate a franchise. They don't want that shit. They just want to be right. And they wrong and not fans of any of this shit. And that's why they keep fucking it up willingly, wholeheartedly, full-throatedly, with the chest out. No. So I find myself right now. Shut up, baby. Don't talk about KK like that. I'll talk about that bitch. I'll talk about her. She know who she is. Yeah. No, man. They're not being good stewards of these IPs. They're not at all. Yeah, somebody paid them to make a show. Awesome. You got money to make a show. Was the show any good? I mean, if we, like Malika was saying in here, the low hanging fruit in entertainment. Okay, if the low hanging fruit is to put something on digital, am I going to applaud just for that because you did it? I don't think so. I really don't think so. So what? There's a lot of stuff that gets recorded. All of it ain't viewable to the mass media, and a lot of it is no good. Some of it is quality. Some of it is shit. Most of it is shit. Guess what camp they fall into? And they're at the head of major studios. Most of it being shit. So when I watch Babylon 5 and some better television from decades gone by, I think about what I'm looking for in these newer shows that I'm watching right now and how well do they match up. And in the sense of Daredevil, while I may have liked the episode 3 of Daredevil Born Again, it may have been entertaining to me. It was not as good as episode 3 of The Penguin. Sorry. Yes, it was entertaining. But entertainment, understand, is a range. It's a big range between why did they put this shit in front of me into, oh my God, I can't believe I watched that. It's falling in there somewhere. It's on that spectrum. It ain't the best. No, it is not. Because the best right now on that scale, at least for shows, for comic book related shows, is Penguin. That's a 10. As close as you can get to a 10 because I don't believe anything's perfect. So you're getting a 9. You might get a 9.5. But that's as close as you're about to get. What up, Dollar Washer? Washing the dollars. I got rain over here, so you can wash some dollars. The link is running across the bottom of the screen. So I'm not even matching Daredevil Born Again up to Daredevil itself because out the gate from episode 1, there is no comparison. You know why? Even though it's a Daredevil show? Because they killed Foggy in the first episode. And Karen vamoosed to Frisco to, I don't know, live out her college fantasies and find a chick she like or something. I don't fucking know. But no. You killed the heart of the show in the first episode. Well, this is not the Netflix show anymore. It's not. This is the Matt Murdock Daredevil show solely. Okay, fine. His name is on the marquee. Cool. But a great show has great supporting characters. And we don't know these other two. And you ain't going that far into giving us anything about them outside of what was exposited in the first episode. So it's just Matt in his new boo thing. I'm not feeling it. That part is bothering me. I can tell you from watching Daredevil episode 3 or Daredevil Born Again episode 3 that at this point you haven't seen the review yet unless you're on my Patreon, which you've seen the review and you've seen me watch it. I'm not liking Vanessa right now. I don't like Vanessa right now. And that's messed up to me. That is really messed up to me. You took a character that I really enjoyed on the Netflix side of Wilson Fisk having this relationship with Vanessa. I really enjoyed that shit, having a functioning heterosexual relationship. Ain't all built on them just fucking and stuff like that. And turned it into a chick that got a little taste of this man's power and she don't want to give it up. And in fact, she don't necessarily want her husband no more either. She gonna sleep with an underling. What? Didn't this chick have a business before when Fisk met her just selling art? Ain't that it? Didn't she? Did I miss something? It's the same actress. She just as attractive. I don't like how they wrote her character. Her character sucks. Right now, I'm waiting for Vanessa to get hit by a car door. Or for us to find out that Wilson Fisk has Adam in a basement somewhere beating the hell out of him every day. I'm not liking Vanessa. I'm really not. And this is 3 episodes. I'm really like, I'm done with her. You ruined it. You ruined Vanessa for me. You have ruined Vanessa for me. Now, I might like Mayor Fisk. I don't like Simp Fisk. Nah, I'm not feeling that too much. Not feeling that shit too much. That's not rubbing me, the right way. Not really. I can see a man wanting to save his marriage because he does love Vanessa. I can rock with that, but he going a little bit too far for what she doing. And she is showing him no goddamn respect. Like she never knew what the hell he actually did before he came back, took a bullet in the eye socket, and had a change of heart from messing around with his little adopted daughter. Like she just don't care about none of that. That don't make no difference to her. She walked around there like an arrogant ass little black woman. He ain't gonna do nothing to me. The fuck he will. You tripping. He just sent the whole hit squad after his adopted daughter. He was gonna wipe out their whole tribe. You think you safe? It's just you. Nah, bitch. You believe too much in the power of the P. Yeah, but like it is regressive writing. It is regressive. It's regressive as hell. Yeah, I don't want the emasculated Fisk either, man. So if the masculine Fisk creeps back into this character during the show, I'll be happy. He's still there, but we ain't seeing it yet. So, Louisiana in the building. What up, Louisi? I'm over in Georgia, hanging out, doing a little work. You about to get the broomstick. You dirty as hell, what, studio? Look, she gonna have to get something. She gonna have to get right. And he gonna have to make her get right. Or I'm really gonna have a problem. I'm really gonna have a problem with that. Simp Fisk and Strag Vanessa is the epitome of woke writing. No shit. Because Vanessa is acting like a whole freaking entitled strag for some shit she did not build. Totally existed before she got there. I don't give a good goddamn how much profit you made. You know what? A good pimp with a new chick on the street will make a lot more money too. She don't get to buck her chest out like, I made you more money than you ever made. The fuck that got to do with anything? You the new fish. Truffle hound, find me some cash. That's your goddamn job. You should be presiding over some profits. If you didn't, you was an abject failure. So that don't mean shit. I built this organization. You didn't. So play your goddamn role. Stand in, Queen Pen. Stop thinking that you can defy the man who built this organization. I didn't want to give it up. Man, you better shut the hell up. And in the words of Anthony Mackie, go make daddy a sandwich. Yeah, I'm on East Coast time today, Aqua Techie. I thought it'd be fun for people. I could have waited till 2 o'clock or 2 p.m. to do the show so that the West Coast folks could be on their right time. But then I realize now, being on the East Coast, how late my show happens for you guys. I realize that. We get California, we get a little self-centered. We do. Because it's all about us. But when you have to think about that shit outside of the bubble of California time, where we're dealing with everything, and think, what time is this happening on the East Coast? Yeah, it's 2, but what does it mean to be 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. on the East Coast? Man, it's almost dinner time. You fucking up. You better hurry up. I got things to do. I might have to do my laundry. So I appreciate y'all hanging with me, y'all, you folks that are on the East Coast. When I go 6 or 7 hours and it's late in the evening for you, I appreciate that shit. No doubt about it. But I don't know what it is. I'm over here. It hit like 10, 11 o'clock, and I'm ready to go to sleep. I was up at 1 o'clock on Monday. I was like, fuck, dude, it's too late. Morning comes too early. So I was thinking about it today, what I can do to change up that time a little bit, make it more functional for you guys. So we'll see what happens. like exactly. Yeah. So I'm always catching this brother when he getting off. Damn, that's 6 o'clock. I'm thinking, man, you took too long to get here, Malika. He like, man, I've been up all morning. You lucky if I come through. Better thank your lucky stars. Work Sundays, especially when you're at and getting it. Exactly, Malika, is what I'm thinking about. So I might bite the bullet and start waking up early, even though I don't want to wake up early on a Sunday. But I might start biting the bullet and waking up early and just switching it so it's 11 o'clock on the East Coast to do this. Because if it's too late for y'all on the East Coast, think about those few. It's like 3 of them. UK subs I have that catch the show. What time do you think it is there? Fucking hell, dude. I am not doing anybody any favor, so I might just have to, bite the bullet and wake up early for the subs so they can all watch it at one time, and that would probably help the numbers. Yeah, see, Malika, yeah. It's like another 3 hours away, motherfucker. Like, my show might be nice and fully morning on my time. On their time, man, we trying to go to sleep. I'm already in bed. I'm not watching your show. I'll catch you in the morning. So, think about that. Anyway, back to this Daredevil Born Again. I am bored again with Vanessa. I am. We had another episode of Fisk and Vanessa at the therapist, and Vanessa was talking some shit that I thought was way out of line, saying some stuff that I thought was really hurtful, would be hurtful to the character of Fisk, and really thinking like, she need to go. I'm not liking her. She need to go. She's going to have to go because I am not feeling the queen pin. I'm not feeling that shit at all. Doing stuff in his name behind his back too? Oh no. Wesley wouldn't do that shit. You're going to have to go. Vanessa's going to have to go. And I was mad at her so much when I did my Patreon review of the shit. I was calling her by a different name. I know the character's name. I was mentally calling her a different name because that's not Vanessa. That's Victoria or some shit. But that ain't Vanessa. Straight up. That's a psychological thing. A character's name, you just start forgetting it all of a sudden. That means that you don't recognize that as that character anymore. It's not that character anymore. And your brain won't let you keep making that mistake. Like, nope, it's not. That ain't who I recognize her as. I don't know who that is, but that ain't her. Well, since I work nights, it's fine for me. I get a nap and I get up a little early for work. Central time though. Yeah, you use Central time. Central time is not as bad because it's about an hour or two. 3 hours? Ugh, a little different. A little different. Tonight and tomorrow I have to catch up on the Invincible and Reacher. Yeah, so I might spoil some shit for you, Malika. You hang around because I'm going to talk about both of them. I had to watch Daredevil because it was getting spoiled. I hadn't watched it that night. I was going to wait till Friday to watch it because I traveled Sunday. All day Sunday I traveled to get here. Monday we were right to work, doing new stuff and trying to get adjusted to the time change. So by Wednesday, I was not trying to stay up late. I was trying to sleep to reset myself onto this time. But motherfuckers was spoiling shit all over YouTube, so I had to watch it. So I had to stay up and go ahead and watch the shit. Nature of the beast, right? So I just plowed through all three of them in the same night to get it done and over with. I better see Vanessa in a body bag or exiled from New York or stripped of everything. I better see a leash on her ass and her heel to toe to the table. Or, like Malika and Trust would know, maybe she need to get some of that handcuffed to the table at dinner time. She needs some discipline because she's been running amok, apparently. So much amok, she done got so drunk on her power, she's sleeping with underlings. Which makes no sense in the world. That's some stupid-ass Marvel writing. You mean she was loyal to his ass while he was in prison, but she couldn't stand the year he was just woke up from a coma. Loyal in prison, loyal in the coma. You wake up out of coma and disappear for a year, and now you can't, your coochie too hot. Bitch, you ain't 20. This ain't no 20-year-old chick running around here. I got knees, Wilson. Man, shut the hell up. Jezebel syndrome. Yeah, shut the hell up. No, you don't. Giselle syndrome. Yeah, Giselle. I know you're talking about Brady's wife. Dumb shit. Yeah, Ma version of Remy Ma. Yeah, she just ain't acting all classless. No, that's the thing with Vanessa was she's supposed to be such a classy lady, man. She was supposed to be such a classy lady. She was in the Netflix show. Look, man, you felt protective of Vanessa watching a Netflix show. You an audience member. You're not one of the characters, but you felt protective of Vanessa. Like, man, she cool as shit. Yeah, make sure she all right, man. Send her to Europe or something. So nobody had to get at her. No, I'm going to stay with you, Wilson. Damn, she down as fuck. I need me a Vanessa. This show, pseudo fourth season. Oh my God, man. She gotta go. She gotta go, Wilson. I'm not feeling her no more, Wilson. She gotta go. She gotta go. She gotta go. She gotta go. No, fucking it up for me. I don't think, like Blood Boiling saying, I don't think she needs to get killed, but she needs to be made to heal. She needs to be made to heal. You know what it is, all that penis envy she got. Because the first episode, Wilson, or was it the second episode? First or second episode, either way, it don't fucking matter. Wilson show up and just walk in the door and everybody snap to and disappear. He ain't even said nothing, and she was jealous of that shit. You walk in and you just break down everything I built up. It wasn't yours. The boss is back. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Ain't about them games. They know. That's called respect. That's what she wasn't showing. She was jealous. Penis envy. Great. That's what I can thank Marvel for. Every criminal faction got a female head of it, and all of them ain't about shit. Just jealous of some dude. Or I did this because they took something from me. Penis envy. Great. Wonderful. Only thing feminism can produce. Women who wish they had a penis. And men who want to cut theirs off. It's about as dumb as black folks wanting to bleach themselves to be white. And white folks tanning themselves to be black. Just as dumb. Just as dumb. Excuse me. So the rest of this episode, writing, give this writing take of the way. You right about that, Mr. Matt. That's facts right there. Yeah, they took that shit away from her. They had to give Vanessa some agency. She had agency. She was an art dealer. Get back to dealing that. It's not a drug, but it is expensive. What up, Herb? From Cali. So the rest of the episode, I found the courtroom drama stuff interesting. Appreciated since they didn't go that much into it in She-Hulk, because She-Hulk was a lawyer by name only. And she was good just by self-proclamations and not by seeing anything she did in the courtroom. So she could have just been beating her chest. Or I should say beating her board. But as much as in the She-Hulk show, she said she was a good lawyer, in the Daredevil show, you actually see Matt being a good lawyer. Now, the courtroom scene did give me morning, Ilongo. The courtroom scene did give me some reservations, because I think what Matt did was kind of messed up, and I'm not sure it's actually legal. But it was still entertaining and better than what I got. I got the point that they were going for. Even if they didn't get the mechanics of how that actually works 100%, I got the point that they were going for. Cool. Awesome. Keep it up. I'm not minding. Yeah, apparently dealing in millions as an art dealer is beneath her. Yeah, now that she can touch some greater money. She's got in Wilson's pocketbook. Oh, she don't want to get that up. She don't want to go back to doing the millions as an art dealer who has some questionable ties to people. That's why she wasn't shook when she met Wilson. Like, oh yeah, you a dirty man. Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. I love that. I'm looking for the power grab. I got the point he was going for. Hold on a second, y'all catching up. Show don't tell, solid rule of storytelling. Yes. Yeah, Fisk and Vanessa's relationship is reminiscent of the Black relationship. No matter what they do, it's never good enough. He and she still has disrespect for him. Exactly, which is never what that character was. She never had a disrespect for Wilson. Never. And that was evident in the show. So in 3 episodes, her being disrespectful of Wilson is intolerable. It is intolerable. This show has 9 episodes. If she make it to 9 episodes and she's still being this damn disrespectful, I'll be calling for that character to be killed off. I will. Take her ass to Doomsday and let's reach in the multiverse and find one that's actually going to be respectful of Wilson and bring her back. They can swap places. Because this one, This Disney Plus version, she gonna have to go. She's wearing my patience thin, nigga. Wearing my patience really thin. In 2 episodes. That's a feat. That's a feat. So the courtroom stuff is working for me, and I don't mind the fact that I'm not seeing Matt Murdock in the costume as much. I don't need the costume. I know who the fuck Matt Murdock is. I know he's Daredevil. Most of the people in the show know he's Daredevil. Even his main villain knows he's Daredevil. It's cool. It's okay. We don't need to see the costume all the time. That gets into that tropey ass CW kind of thinking that if we don't have a fight in every episode, they're going to lose interest. If they don't see the costume in every episode, they're going to lose interest. And this is what points me back to the Penguin. How many costumes did you see? Did you ever see Batman? Did you see him using an umbrella and having gimmicks and doing any of that shit? Did you ever see any of that? No? How good was the show? Awesome show without all of that shit. So you don't need that. When this is where you guys will get shocked for a minute. This is where I can agree with KK on some things. You don't need to listen to the fans all the time. Not on everything. Because you have to understand what segment of the fan base you're fucking listening to. The mouth breathers or the actual devoted fans. The mouth breathers are the ones on the spectrum. They need all the flashing lights, the bells and whistles, the explosions, the carnage, the costumes, the colors. They need all that to hold their goddamn attention. Look, take your fucking medication and sit the hell down. The rest of us grown adults who actually have some impulse control can sit there and get into the intellectual part and watch the show. If you can't sit your ass down and watch the show, go outside and play. Because that's how you're acting, like fucking children. Oh, I can't see the costume. I don't have that kind of patience for that kind of shit. I don't. That's childish. And I don't fashion myself as a child. I'm not trying to be young. I am what the hell I am. And I have a little bit more staying power than that. Those 3 episodes, I ain't seen the costume since the first one. I don't know how good the show's going to be. You know who Matt Murdock is, right? Do you need the costume so you can point him out? You got White Tiger running around in a costume. Is that not good enough? You got Muse running around in a costume. Is that not good enough? You even got somebody masquerading as a Punisher. Is that not good enough? No, you need Daredevil in costume. Okay, I got you. Follow the bouncing ball for the slow kids. I never liked that when I was in school. Let me keep going on ahead, man. Let these motherfuckers catch up. Why do I need to stand here and wait? So, I'm liking the pace of the story. I don't think it's going too slow. I do like the pace. I do like the courtroom drama. So, I wouldn't mind seeing more of that in another episode. It doesn't have to be another one back to back, but I would like to see Matt involved in another case before the 9 episodes are up. Just saying. Now, the stuff with the White Tiger, while it was interesting, and spoiler for Malika if it hasn't been spoiled already. Um, shit. Malika, pipe up in the chat, homie. You're gonna have to mute up. You're gonna have to mute the sound for like a minute so we don't spoil it for you. You're gonna have to mute the sound for a minute. I know you're still out there. Malika, give me a 1, so I know where to stop talking. Okay, you said okay. Okay, so now in 2 seconds, do it now. Okay, White Tiger getting shot in the head. I don't think he did. I went into this on my review, but I'll say it here. I don't think White Tiger is dead because he has a magical amulet that makes him like a lower version of Black Panther. If he's a lower version of the Black Panther, he should be able to heal. That may not do it for him. It may not kill him. So, as traumatic as it may be, it might be all right come the next episode. Might be. Now, we have seen somebody get killed in the show, but, it was a train. All right, Malika, you good. That was just about a minute, y'all. Was that not good? That was just about a minute. I'm looking at the timer count right now. I was like a couple seconds off. All right, Malika, you good. There we go. Just let me know when to turn off the mute. You can come back now, Malika. So, because it's a shocking ending, I don't think that will be it. Just for the fact that they haven't shown the daughter enough. Yeah, they haven't shown the daughter enough to pass that back. So, I don't think that's it. The other one I don't think is, I pointed it out, John Bernthal don't walk like that. It's not Bernthal's walk. Just saying. So I'm not worried about that too much. It makes for a good shock to the system. But look, man, I don't think they're going to pay it off like that. He wouldn't be somebody that Punisher would focus on like that. It wouldn't be. It's not necessarily a straight up mobster or a criminal. It's not. Vigilante is one thing that you could say the Punisher is. So why would he give a shit? Look at Trusty coming in here saying happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you too. Now, outside of that, it was pretty, low-key episode to me. Low-energy episode until you got to that part. That's fine. I expect within a given number of episodes that some of them should just be plodding along. Right? Should just be advancing the story to get to the next episode. Now, I think about having compared this to Babylon 5 and how much story we can actually get. We are cheated, I think, a lot of ways nowadays in storytelling. I think we're cheated a lot. And I say that because, mind you, I'm watching season 1 and half of season 2 of Babylon 5 before I went and watched this episode of Daredevil. I already know this episode of Daredevil is only 9 episodes, which some people still see as being long. Well, you realize in the 90s, content for us, a series show on cable, meaning you could do all kind of shit, right? Was 24 episodes. 24. Think the show 24, starring one of my favorite actors, Kiefer Sutherland. What was the concept of that show? 24 1-hour shows. And each show was 1 hour in one day. 1 hour in one day of this character's life. That was the concept. That was the show. How many seasons did that go on? How much impactful storytelling did you get in every episode? Every one. For 24. Nowadays, we get the stripped down version of 9, 12 to 9 to 10 to 8 episodes of some shit that's barely watchable. That might have had some good ideas, but it needed to bake a little longer, like a couple of more episodes to fill that out and get the whole story. No, it's Cliff Notes. This is why I say I don't know if there has to be still more talented people out there. It's just not for the format that you're using right now. Like we look at, sorry, I'm doing some stuff on the side. You look at the complaints that we get about 3-hour episodes or 3-hour movies right now, but you realize hour and a half, 2 hours is shit for these people. In today's terms, streaming terms, that's 4 episodes or something. That's garbage. How many episodes were in Agatha? As much as I might have liked Agatha in some ways, thinking, okay, there was some good stuff that came out of it. How many episodes was that? How many episodes was The Acolyte? These people shouldn't have been with this kind of time. They couldn't even do a 24-episode show. And if they did, you wouldn't want to see it because it's no good. The writing's no good. I would think if you were able to write a 24-episode show, to condense it down to 9 episodes would be, well, we just pulling all the best parts from all the rest of the stuff. It should cut down the filler. It should be streamlined and ready to go. Should be. Right? It's not. You have episodes that go nowhere, that are pointless. Even in a 9-episode show. So it makes me wonder, the writers nowadays can't be that damn good then. They can't be. You look at She-Hulk. What was that? 6, 8 episodes? How good was that shit? And this person has done something before? This ain't their first go around? What? Oh, she wrote an episode of Rick and Morty, a couple episodes of Rick and Morty over here. So? An episode? You getting accolades off of just one episode? Not a follow-up victory? Oh, shit, dude. No wonder. We ain't made the bar too goddamn low. The bar for success on this shit is so low, you just have to do something one time. That's within the luck factor. You realize that, right? If you can't repeat that success, it was lucky. Three times, maybe you know what the hell it is you're doing, and it is just you. You're just that good. One time? No. What kind of track record is that? So while I'll give Daredevil Born Again a little grace on this third episode being not a lot happening until the end, looking at it in a different context and stuff is like, yeah, it's just from looking at it in context is that it should have a slow episode somewhere. And in a 9 episode show, that means by the 4th and 5th episode, this should be a peak, ramping up to a peak. So this 3rd episode can be the slow one. That's just me plotting it out. Because in Andor, 3 episode arcs, 3 to 4 episode arcs. And you could see it, which is why some people didn't get it. First episode was slow, but it had action at the end, just like Daredevil. You just don't give a shit about the character, is all it is. Rainfire said, I did see the Panther God and the White Tiger God beefing a little in the comics once. Exactly. So you're telling me that there is a lesser God? The Tiger God can't, give its avatar on Earth a little bit of a healing factor? Because that's how I broke it down in my head, Rainfire. If the White Tiger is a lesser version of the Black Panther, and the Black Panther is similar to the Super Soldier, Steve Rogers can heal from bullet wounds. You know that, right? He can heal from bullet wounds pretty quick. Now, he's not healing at the rate of a Deadpool or Wolverine. Hell no. No, not at all. Deadpool, Wolverine, or Sabretooth. No, not at that rate. But within a day or so, he'll be healed. He'll be completely healed. It's just the body's natural processes amped up, which means, yeah, if you got shot, you would heal, not instantaneously, but if they could stop the bleeding, you would heal up eventually. Well, Steve Rogers is just the peak, near superhuman, so it happens quicker. Well, that's the same thing that happens when, T'Challa takes that root. It can heal. So that means the White Tiger should be able to heal too. Now, the only caveat to that, I would say, is they just passed where the location, because Malik is back in here unmuted. That's what I would say. It's the location. Maybe not. But if they just want to move on to the next person that's carried the amulet, no. So, like I said, we definitely are, because we have generations that has short attention spans. But here's the thing, Malika. This is that thing about generational attention span dropping off. In our generation, what did you do, or how did you teach kids who had short attention spans? Did you make everything short for them? Or did you train them to figure out how to sit there or increase their attention span? Because I was one of those kids in the 70s that was hyperactive. You know what they gave me? I told my mother to give me coffee. Slow his ass down. Make him mellow. Yeah, chill his ass out. That's exactly what I drink it for now. That's why I can drink this shit and go right to sleep. It's not going to keep me up. It's going to chill me the fuck out. And I'm going to be, yeah. Relaxed. Yeah, training and creates discipline. Exactly. You teach them how to have a longer attention span. You don't play to that and make it a weakness. You train to it to make it a strength. It's like, Bane can agree on this. It was like his stepdaughter, my brother's other sister, taking martial arts. Well, she was shitty at her left leg roundhouse kicks. So what do? Stop making her do left-handed drills? Fuck no. You doing more of those. No, you're doing more of those. You always got to use your left hand. If your right is the strongest, you don't get to use that one that much. You got to use your left. And you train that in to be dominant. Where somebody getting that left kick, like, man, she's stiff. She's stiff as fuck with that left, man. Fuck that. I'm going to stay on this right side. Bam, damn, that was harder than the left. Exactly. You wouldn't know the difference. You train for that weakness to turn it into a strength. You don't plate take to that weakness to make it an overall weakness. No, it's not helping. Yep, everybody deserves a trophy asses. Yeah. Ava is too young. Now, if you're thinking about Young Avengers, or excuse me, the Champions, which is not the goddamn Champions, but now if you're thinking about those people, no, they're not. She's just about the right age. Tell you what, how old is she in reference to America Chavez or somebody like that? I'm just saying. I'm just saying, man. Discipline is just like respect. It must be earned. Exactly. Just like attention must be learned. I don't know about y'all who don't have kids, but you can tell if you take your young child to kindergarten for the first time, or preschool, whatever the fuck. Just say kindergarten, right? Because there should have been a grade before that, preschool or babysitting, whatever the fuck. And you get a kid in the class that can't sit their ass down, don't know how to interact with other children without, no, this is what we're going to do at this moment. This is what's going to happen. You know, the ones who ain't teaching their kids shit. Oh, he just can't because, oh, he's just young. Now, what about the rest of these goddamn kids in here? They just grown-ups? No. You ain't doing your fucking job as a parent. Teach your fucking child, your animal, your wild animal, how to sit and maintain. Because what you'll see is some people put more attention on a goddamn puppy than their own fucking children. Meaning that kids can learn a lot quicker than it takes to teach this puppy. Just saying. So, for me, Daredevil is okay. It's entertaining. Is it the best thing in the world? No. It's not. And just because I compare it to the Penguin, don't think I'm saying the Penguin is an awesome show just because of the last episode. No, the Penguin was an awesome show before it got to the last episode. The last episode just, chef kissed that motherfucker. That got everybody else talking about it who wasn't watching it until fourth episode or so. Dude, this is a really good show. Shut the hell up. Late ass. Riding the bandwagon ass. No. So Daredevil, it could probably get there, but it's been 3 episodes and I haven't been overly wowed yet. The only thing that overly, shocked me was killing Foggy and pushing Dex off the roof. Like, why you kill Foggy? And why is he pushing somebody off the roof? That makes you go back on that whole thing, that conversation you was having with the Punisher about not killing, right? It's not Matt's thing. It's not supposed to be his thing. He didn't kill nobody after his father got killed. Why would he kill somebody after Foggy got killed? Just that much more? I don't see that. They don't want to do it because it's hard, but they will tell you how much they appreciate it when others realize that they don't have deficiencies anymore. They appreciate it when somebody plays to their deficiencies because it cuts them slack. And yes, studio, it's because it's hard. Generation is not meant to do anything hard. Hard work, hard writing, dedication, no. They're not made. This is what makes you call the generation soft. Because anything that's actually hard and that comes out of their mouth a lot is considered stuff you ain't supposed to be doing. Hard don't make it impossible. Hard just means it's going to take some fucking work. Lifting weights is hard, but you know what? No pain, no gain. You do the hard work, you get the results. If you don't do the hard works, like Mr. Matt was saying up here, I don't believe in that everybody gets a trophy ass shit. No, I don't. Do the hard work, and man, maybe you'll get a trophy because we only giving these out to the top 3. You think you deserve to be up there? Put in the work. Let's see. But I'm not pitching down to you. Hell no. An unlearned child or person is a failure, a dysfunctional citizen. It is. If you as a child are not trained how, even with an attention deficit or whatever, if you are not trained how to hold your attention and focus, how do you maintain a job? How do you go to the DMV? How do you function in life with things that don't happen just when you want them to? How do you fucking function? Because you realize the rest of the world don't function that way. You know that, right? I do. I understand the world does not function as fast as my brain works. So I meter a lot of stuff. Just to get it to regular folk speed. Don't mean my brain has slowed down any. No. I just work within the confines of the world that I'm in right now until we can move faster. No, you learn. You learn how to do that shit. Yeah, what about Nobu after Elektra's death? Yeah, he didn't kill Nobu, did he? Or did he kill Nobu? He thought Nobu was dead, if I remember correctly. No, man ain't supposed to be killing folks. It's not what the Daredevil does. He don't have that staunch rule like Batman, but it's kind of Daredevil's thing. That's his difference between him and the Punisher. He all with beating the shit out of people. He all with that. He all about that action. Just ain't trying to kill nobody. It's hard because it makes them think out the box and challenges them, makes them take risk and not be too comfortable. Exactly. And what do we know life is about? You're going to have to take risk. You're going to have to think outside the box, especially if you want to be successful. You black, you definitely going to have to think outside the box. And most successful people, when given real interviews, will tell you, get out your comfort zone. I put up on my community tab that interview from The Pivot with Sterling K. Brown and Anthony Mackie. And Anthony Mackie talked about why he played a gay character. Get outside his comfort zone so he can understand his brother better, understand his friends better. He know he ain't gay. You know, he ain't got none of them kind of damn tendencies, so it don't make him no difference. It was a role. He did it and walked away from it. It is coming down out there. Y'all forgive me because it's supposed to be storming today, and I hear it right now on the side of the building. That shit is coming straight down. They was thinking it was going to be some tornado action and thunderstorms. I see rain. I hear wind. And it is blowing it hard. I heard thunder earlier, about an hour or so ago. But okay, we're going to see what else happens. Like the girl who graduated high school and got accepted into college but can't spell her name. Now she's suing easy mode. Yeah, I saw that story on BGS, man. That is some bullshit. I don't believe her. I really don't believe her. You know why I don't believe her? I didn't get to say this in the chat because I was at work. This is why I don't believe that bitch. You know why? Because she got a fucking cell phone. And she's using the voice to text feature. How'd you know how to use that? Did you read it? Did it tell you what it did? Get the fuck out of here. No, man. Bullshit. And she got accepted to college? How? How? No, she had teachers and all of this, and they work with her, and the one teacher was really mean to her. Man, shut the fuck up. Your ass is in college right now and can't read a lick. This little black boy somewhere getting washed out of high school right now. And your ass in college. Female, what is she, minority? Because she's, what was she, Puerto Rican or some shit like that? They wasn't talking about her parents too much. So like, are her parents illegal or what? Is that what the story is supposed to be about? How she gonna come up in America and get all this money for her family? Fuck y'all. That dumb shit. She can't read, but she know how to sue. And has a cell phone. Does she have a driver's license? Was she able to sit there and do the eye chart and read letters that she don't fucking know? Bullshit. I think she faking. And I think that woman that she said was rude to her called her on that shit and said she was fucking faking. That's why she's trying to go after that one woman as being racist and some other shit. Called her on that, called her bluff. This bitch is faking. I think she's faking. We caught the tornadoes here and in Texas this week here. And BGS had it right, too, that she got up to the college level and realized the same tricks ain't going to work, and now she want to do a lawsuit. Yeah, because that's a hustle. That's a bitch that understand and hustling. No, I couldn't read it. Bullshit. I tell you what. Drink this solution, and we're going to put you in this box. And one of these has the word antidote on it. The other one doesn't say that. It says answer or some shit like that. See if your ass died or not. I bet you'll find out if she can fucking read or not. Bullshit. Anthony also started why most male actors today are successful because they don't diversify their roles, aka get out their comfort zone. Exactly, Malika. Exactly it. One of the things I've been saying that since I've been on YouTube on the content side is trying to put forth the idea, understand that black males are more than just one thing. That was part of being the being out and being a geek and understanding you can be more than one thing. You realize that, right? You do not, as a black male, have to be pigeonholed into just being one thing, just looking one way, just dressing one way, just acting in one way. No, that's a box somebody else builds for you. That's a suit jacket that they want you to put on. No, you be whatever the fuck you want to be. If everybody else out here in the world can, then obviously you can too. Stop believing that shit. Get out the box that's in your mind of thinking that you can only be just this. Because society said you can only be just this. We can only accept you as being just this. Fuck you. You're an American. You can say fuck you. Say, I'm going to be this. I'm going to read comic books. I'm going to raise children. I'm going to rap. I will smoke or not smoke and eat healthy food, all this other kind of shit too. Read these books, listen to opera, enjoy the symphony, all this shit. Man, that's white folks shit. It ain't white folks shit, you dummy. It's called class. Have some. Get you some. Find one and get into it. No. But exactly what he's saying, yes. I was on a stream with on the Roger Report Live, and his panel was talking about that Anthony Mackie interview stuff. And something that was brought up in it was Mekhi Phifer being a better actor than Anthony Mackie. And people really just shitting on Anthony Mackie because he went to Juilliard and shit. They were saying that he wasn't that good of a damn actor. And why was he getting all these other roles? And my thinking was, well, Anthony Mackie is doing something that I don't hear a lot of other actors even talking about, which is he acts on stage like Denzel. Why would he not be considered a good actor? Because you understand, if you understand that acting is an art, then like most art, it is subjective. It's about what you want to see from that person. And since he's always pretty much the clean-cut dude, except for Papa Doc, people write him off as the educated lame. Because that's the energy I was getting off the brothers about this dude. They just did not want to like him. But it wasn't pointing to anything that he really did that was really objectionable to anybody. Outside of playing Tupac, it's like, why did everybody hate him playing Tupac? Oh, because it's the street dude versus the educated lame. They don't want to buy him as Tupac because they see Tupac as the street dude, not the educated lame, even though Tupac was very educated. Son of a Black Panther, he wasn't a dummy. He was a man. He wasn't necessarily a street dude. That's the mix-up. But when you find out Anthony Mackie played Tupac 3 times on stage and somebody else's play because they asked him to, don't make no difference. It's a role. Because you know, Tupac went to some of these acting schools too. That's how he met Jasmine Guy, Jada Pinkett, and all the rest of them fucking acting motherfuckers. But you get tripped up on the role of the gangster, the thug. Mm-hmm. Get out your damn comfort zone. And people who do, as far as I know, live a lot fuller lives. It is easier to self-actualize when you get outside of your comfort zones than it is to self-actualize inside a pre-made box. That's dumbass female tried to, that's the female mentality. Fake it till you make it. That's why they had the umbrellas on their face and the fake hair and the fake eyes and nails and all the rest of that dumb shit. It's all that faking it until they make it. Well, they can continue to fake it. Peace and abundance, artists. What up, King? Drake salute Denzel Washington and Gladiator 2 seem like Denzel's training day. Denzel training day. I still haven't seen Gladiator 2, and I know apparently there's supposed to be some gay kiss or something like that Denzel does. He has come out and explained it about what was going on in that time in history and whatnot. For one, I don't think Denzel has to explain himself to that shit. He is an awesome actor, and there's some stuff he hasn't done. And he's towards what people keep trying to tell Denzel to retire, right? Which I don't see why necessarily. There's a reason why, but follow me for a second. Denzel needs to retire. Why? Did Marlon Brando have to retire? Sean Connery have to retire? Any of these, you telling Robert De Niro to retire? Al Pacino? If you're a good fucking actor, you're a good actor. If you can remember your lines and still emote, I think you can act until you drop fucking dead. So there is no retirement for actors, to me, especially males. It ain't like you a female actor out here and you was the next hottest thing, the perkiest boobs, the prettiest face, and then you got past 50 or something like that, a post wall, and now everybody, oh, I don't really want to look at her as much. You got to put her with some younger actors. Let her play this younger actor's mother. It's a crush to their ego, so they don't want to do the shit. No, you can act forever. You can act forever. You don't need to retire. You need to get better. They just want his ass to retire so he can level the playing field where everybody is shitty actors. He doesn't stand out as much, letting you know how shitty all the other actors are. Because Anthony Mackie was saying the same shit. How garbage some of these actors are. That was a good ass interview. He was spitting some real shit and letting you in on a lot of Hollywood stuff. And most people bitching about what he said about what we should teach our children. Man, fuck all that. What he's told you, what he was saying to stop lying to our children about is actually fucking true. You see it in reality every day. Now listen to the rest of the damn interview and stop getting triggered by 30-second clips. Silly ass. My dad watched Gladiator 2. He told me because it wasn't as good as the first. Of course it wasn't going to be good as the first. It's Gladiator 2. Who wanted a sequel to Gladiator? Not me. Ridley Scott's the only motherfucker that wanted to cash in on that shit again. No, I didn't need a Gladiator 2. I was good with 1. 1 was awesome. 1 got me to read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. I don't need a sequel to that. It didn't deserve a sequel. Unnecessary. But if they're going to cut a check, why are you mad that Denzel showed up? And I'll take that. What do you need me to do? Reprise? Fuck it. Okay. I'll do the Denzel and snatch that check. Can't be mad at actors for snatching some shit checks from some shitty projects. Look, it's a shitty project. Maybe their acting will not be terrible, but you understand that's how they feed themselves, right? Being in movies. And if Hollywood right now is trying to say that they want you to try to put your ass out the pasture, so maybe not as many roles will be coming your way, especially for black males, then you're going to take what the fuck is up there. And yeah, blood boiling. Clint Eastwood is a good example. He's a damn good example. Last movie I saw with Clint Eastwood in it was The Mule. What is he, 100 years old now? He was banging chicks and driving and everything. And he's still acting and directing. And don't nobody tell him, oh, it's time for Clint Eastwood to hang it up. That motherfucker, if he came out in a cowboy movie tomorrow, y'all would still go watch that shit. It could be Unforgiven too. And people would show up. And they wouldn't be saying Clint Eastwood need to, retire. Fuck you. You retire. That mindset of just that ageism in Hollywood where they just hate anybody, especially males, of any renown or accomplishment from hanging around so people can still see them. Because understandably, they want your asses to die off so they can keep putting up, like Anthony Mackie was saying, all these lesser talents, the new flavor of the month. So they don't have to have any big superstars that you got to pay $20 million a movie to. You can have all these little ones that you only pay $3 and $5. I heard something that I thought was absolutely appalling. It said that Anthony Mackie's net worth right now is $8 million. That's his net worth right now. I'm like, wait a minute. This motherfucker just starred in an MCU movie. His first lead man starred in an MCU movie. He's been in other movies that have won awards, Hurt Locker and all this other shit, right? He only good for $8 million? Damn, that sounds kind of fucked up. That sounds really fucked up. You know what that means? That means probably Sydney Sweeney is making worth more than him. And all she got on her is a pair of tits and a couple sex scenes. He been acting for 20-something years. In roles you know him as. Good, bad, or indifferent. That's an insult. That's a motherfucking insult right there, is what it is. I'm not even tripping about the fruity stuff because I'd rather it be at the end of his career than the beginning. Exactly, King. And that's why he stayed away from that shit in the beginning, because he wanted to establish himself. He towards the later years of his career, he can do whatever the fuck he wants to now. He can. You know why? He made all his money up front. He solidified his acting chops up front. He didn't have to do like some of these chicks getting bare naked in their first movie. I got to do a sex scene. I got to show my tits. I got to do all of this stuff right up front. And then maybe they'll take me serious as an actor. No. Why don't you be taken serious as an actor first, and then you can do all that shit later like Hallie. Make them pay to see your titties. Because she got a separate bonus in Swordfish just to show those. That was on top of her pay. You know, cream on the cake. Yeah, I'm gonna get this many millions, and oh, you want to see them titties? Well, you're gonna pay certain million a piece for those. You saw them, didn't you? They paid her ass too. Nobody was complaining about the kissing in The Godfather. It's not sexual kissing. It's the European handshake kissing. Denzel being a complete whole villain in the movie is worse. I would say that too, because somebody told me that, well, it was still on Roger's panel that they're talking about Denzel's best movie, and Training Day keeps popping up. And Training Day was a good movie. I do not think that's Denzel's best movie. I don't. You know what I see Training Day as? What Malika was pointing out earlier. That's Denzel falling into the box that people want to see his ass as. And it came out in that panel on Roger's panel. It came out of there. They were making the point that Denzel has played, if not the same character, he's always played the same type of character his whole career, which is true. He's always put himself in that good guy or anti-hero, whatever you want to call it, category where he could be looked to and respected. Because that's what he wanted. He wanted to bring that respect to black male actors. Training Day was the first movie he really was a villain. He was all out villain. But all it is a stereotype. That's all it is. He is a stereotypical villain, a black male villain. Does reprehensible shit. It torments a poor white boy, the hero. And he got an Oscar for that shit. They didn't give him an Oscar for Glory. No Soldier Story, no John Q, none of that other shit. Philadelphia, none of that other shit that he did that they bothered to give him an Oscar for. But as soon as he plays against his type, which is being respectable, and plays somebody completely unrespectable that you're rooting for to get killed by the end of the movie, they give him an Oscar for that. That was a joke on the whole Oscars. That's showing the audience what they really think about your ass, what they appreciate. Yeah, the Hurricane too, Mr. Matt. Yeah, Malcolm X. He got too many. He got too many roles under his belt in movies that he should have got an Oscar for way before fucking Training Day. But they give him one for Training Day. Now, if you want to understand how Hollywood is fucked up, that they only want to see you playing those roles that they want to see your ass in, right? What did Halle Berry get an Oscar for? Mississippi Masala was good too. JT, what's up? Yeah, Mississippi Masala was good. What did Halle Berry get an Oscar for? What did she get her Oscar for? Did you make me feel good? That trifling shit with Billy Bob Thornton. Let her get simulated or actually bang the fuck out on camera by some hillbilly white boy. They gave her an Oscar for that role. The shittiest role she never played. The only role that falls below that is probably her playing that character in Woo. The fuck out of here. You do your shit outside the box. You actually stretch your acting career and your talents and stuff like that to really show what you got. They don't even want to give you a nod for that shit. Whatever. You start playing to them that base type that they want to believe that they see your ass as. Oh, here's an award for you. Fuck you. Your awards don't mean shit. I'm absolutely. You can look it up. You don't have to believe me. Google is y'all friend. I do a live show to prove to you that my knowledge is not coming from fucking Google. On geek stuff or anything, it's not coming from Google. You can see me. You can see me looking at you. You can see it coming out of my brain and the thought process. That's why I do a live show. This is not scripted. It's live, not scripted. You don't believe it? Look it up your fucking self. This is not a Google intellect. So, anyway. Moving on. Speaking of Google and intellect. Invincible, Season 3, Episode 8 finale. Talking about being outside of a box. I wish Black Bane was here so he could actually hear the shit and chime in on this. But it was the finale, but I wasn't excited. You know why? Because I'm sick of fucking Mark. I'm really getting sick of Mark ass. Mark Grayson is getting on my goddamn nerves because he is such a whiny little bitch. And he is letting a lot of people get killed just because he want to hit something real hard. Now, when I watched the last episode before the finale, and all those other Invincibles showed up from different dimensions, and Angstrom Levy showed up, and then did all that chaos, carnage and chaos all over the damn planet. And Mark is out there trying to do the cleanup and stuff like that, and Conquest shows up at the end. The first thing I say is, don't have a fight in the city. Because I'm having to listen to Mark cry and whine about, oh, all these people was my fault. It's all my fault that all these people got killed. I'm like, yeah. No, it's not, dude. You are not these other Invincibles. They came from another dimension, and you didn't put them up to doing anything they did. So you're not responsible in any way, shape, or form. They are individuals with their own individual agency that did the shit that they did. That's on them, not you. But, okay, you can feel responsible, whatever, but get the fuck over it. You're not. Quit it, right? Conquest shows up. I was like, oh, shit. He in the middle of cleanup duty. Don't have a fight in the middle of the city. I get to the next episode. What the fuck does he do? start a fight in the middle of the same wrecked fucking city that he was just crying about with all these lives lost and shit. I'm like, this motherfucker don't learn. He does not learn. This motherfucker is stupid. They have a fight right in the middle of the city to start off. And it's him throwing the first punch. And I'm sitting there thinking, what were we just talking about, Mark? What were we just talking about? You worried about the carnage and what you're responsible for? You are directly responsible for all of this shit. You gonna cry about it later? That's getting on my fucking nerves, yo. That's getting on my nerves. Leave the city. Go somewhere else. Go into space. Yeah, at the beginning of the fight, at a point, they did end up in space. It's like, oh, good. Thank God. They didn't stay there. Nigga. You can fly in space. You can breathe in space. It's not a problem. I would have kept dragging that motherfucker towards the sun. Mars, anywhere else but on Earth. Since I'm so wrapped with guilt about people being killed that because they were killed by people that look like me. Seems like you need to get out in the open. That's bothering the shit out of me. The other thing that's bothering me right now is because I didn't read the Invincible comic, maybe I'm at a disadvantage for this, and this is where Google would probably help, or just going back and reading the comic. But I need some understanding of the power scaling on these goddamn characters. Because, as me and Black Bane were talking about it, Mark needs another gear. And it's really tough to understand how strong somebody else is, other than seeing the fucking carnage of, well, now he broke a bone punching this dude. Like, why didn't he do that earlier? Like, what is that supposed to even mean, really? Because for the name Invincible, he bleeds a lot, which would mean he's not invincible. He is constantly fighting people who are stronger than him, apparently. And he wins through sheer force of will, luck, or finally just taking it to him. But there's no real understanding of how he is getting any stronger or anything, which makes it a little hard to root for him. Outside of the fact that he's in mortal peril. Hope you can pull it out, bro. That shit's bothering me. It is. So I watched this episode, and no, I wasn't overly excited about all the fucking carnage. I must be getting old because I don't give a shit about that, really. It's not making the show better to me. I've seen it before. We've even gotten a regurgitated scene in this where Conquest did the same thing to Mark that Mark's daddy Omni-Man did. The same shit, just worse. He just fucked up people on Hawaii. So I've seen that before. And here we go again. He got people's body parts in his mouth. Appreciate you, Cyrus. Give Cyrus some love since maybe he's the first one to donate to the stream. I don't know. I haven't been checking it. Appreciate you, Cyrus.
Oh, yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hear the click. Oh, yo.
Cyrus say, I'm glad you mentioned the power scaling. You can only show so much blood to convey how strong someone is. I'm starting to get confused on who's actually a threat. Exactly, Cyrus. Who's that? That's a better way of putting it. Who's actually a threat? I need some power scaling. I do. Because the only mention in this season of the scaling part is that Mark was working out, and so he had gotten stronger from before. That just happened in dialogue, right? And then when it was the Invincible skirmish, it wasn't a fucking war, it was a skirmish. And the other Invincibles showed up, you found out that some of the regular heroes on Earth could take out some of these Invincibles because they weren't as strong as Invincible from Prime or Invincible from this Earth. They weren't. Well, how the fuck would you know that? By hitting them? If you could kill them, they weren't as strong? Maybe you got lucky. It makes no fucking sense. You need a scale, and you need to know what it is. So we have no way of knowing until we get to a situation if Mark has gotten stronger or how strong the other person is until, he tried to punch this motherfucker and broke his hand. Oh, well, I guess that means he's stronger than Mark. How would Mark know if he could take him or not? He wouldn't, would he? Because he's not running around with a number over his forehead saying, I have this many hit points. So how would he fucking know? That means everybody is peril for him. I don't know. We need some kind of power scaler. Yeah, that's pretty funny. They did get clapped by Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. They came down here acting real shitty. They was funky as fuck. Yeah, they did. But, Cyrus, to that point, some of them Markies got fucked up by regular heroes. Yeah, they had to gang up on them, but what else would you do? You ain't taking these motherfuckers one-on-one? Hell no. Take them out. Even Oliver KO'd one of them. Even Oliver. Insectoid Viltrumite kid. No. So there's no way of knowing. There's no real way of knowing how strong any of these characters are. So like Cyrus is saying, well, who's the real threat? Conquest showed up, and the only thing I could see off of Conquest is that motherfucker was getting aroused by that. Mark was about to get bent over is what was going to happen. He was about to get that American meat is what was going to happen. He was going to have his shit pushed in. That's the only thing I can get off of Conquest outside he's an old bastard. That's that full Viltrumite. It's like, okay, well, he should be pretty strong. But where does Conquest rank towards Nolan? Were the Viltrumites that came to kill Nolan actually stronger than him? Or were they at the same level as him? Because they could make him bleed, but he did end up killing them. I don't know. This shit is really murky right now. It is not making much sense. You're giving me no real clear indication of who's stronger than who outside of the fact that they showed it was like, they should just be stronger. Okay, why? Because they're older? They aging like Doomsday? They just become denser rock? I mean, what the fuck? I don't get it. So we get through that whole fight, which is just a carnage fest, which I guess I'm supposed to be excited about now after I've watched 3 seasons of Invincible. And that's kind of standard. So that's not doing it anymore. It's not. I'm used to it. To get to a point where Adam Eve shows up again. Why? I was like, why the fuck is she showing up, dude? No fucking way. You need to be out of here. And then this is where you get Invincible Scent Mark having to go all out because somebody beat the brakes off his bro. I'm like, this is what it takes for him? Like Conquest was telling him, you just angry. That doesn't mean strength. Yeah, it doesn't. You fighting out of emotion. You enraged fucking simp. You a problem. I was rooting for Conquest at that moment, man. You might have to put this little motherfucker down because he's gonna be acting all out of sorts just because his girl got hurt, who jumped up there in a big ass Broly Viltrumite's face and was trying to fuck with him. You don't hit a woman, but you can't smack a bitch. I'm just saying. Mark used to getting, yeah, he is used to that. No spoilers, no spoilers. I had to get Black Bane that spoiler. Mark was about to get his cheeks clapped because that's what Conquest was going for. Look at his lips and everything else. Like he about to grape this boy. He about to grape Mark. It ain't gonna be shit he can do about it. Yuck. Artisan, the power and the strength level of the Viltrumites is determined on the size and thickness of their porn mustache. How thick of a mustache they have determines how strong they are. That'd be awesome if that was actually in the story. Because I know Thrag is coming, so that would actually give a reason for Thrag. We live a long time, but our mustache grows really slow. So the thicker it is, the stronger we are. Mark ain't got no facial hair yet, so he can't be that strong. That would work, dude. Where are the clever comic book creators at? Where they at? That would be awesome. Put that on the character. Yeah, I'm only as strong as thick as my mustache is. Yeah, you can get a black dude being super strong because he got a thick ass beard. That's funny as hell, Malika. Yeah, that should be it. That should be the thing. Thick as his mustache. No thick mustache. Look at this little stripling. Can't even grow facial hair yet. Yeah, this ain't gonna take long. Oh shit, that would be good. That'd be good. That would be good. But I'm watching this fight, and I'm seeing some of the same shit I saw before, which is just people bloody and bodies and random people getting killed for no reason at all. And at no point in this shit does Mark just try to get away into an uncrowded area or anything. He's just getting his ass worked over. And I'm thinking about the last episode with all that bitching he did about what he's responsible for. And I'm looking at his ass and during this fight with Conquest, sometimes responsible, sometimes not, for a lot of people getting killed. And I'm like, all that crying don't mean shit. If you're not changing the behavior, your crying don't mean shit. Now, Adam Eve get out there, which I didn't think her ass needed to be out there, and that was going to, take the girl boss shit to another level for me. So when she got her face rearranged, the furniture in her mouth rearranged, I was like, that should be it. I'm going to be finding a new girlfriend next season, I see. But the turnabout for her was shocking. And it was something, I thought they pulled a fast one on me at first until I remembered, okay, that did happen before. Okay. So they didn't necessarily pull a fast one. But at that rate, she can always throw herself into harm's way. What's the point? But okay. And she was able and strong enough to kick into another gear and get the best of Conquest, which I kind of found insulting in a sense, being that She is not a Viltrumite. And it's proven how very fucking limited Mark is, because all Mark is good for is being a hammer, a blunt instrument. Things just have to fall when I punch it really hard. That is not entertaining to me. That makes you the basest level fucking superhero ever. Even Superman got heat vision. Even a Martian Manhunter has telepathy. Mark ain't got nothing but semi-tough skin to smaller shit and super strength. And he get handled most of the time. So all of that is for naught. He gets more uses as a battering ram by the person he's fighting against than he does fighting himself against the villain. Yeah, JT, she did just go Phoenix level and that shit. That's the same thing I said. Saying, oh, so she's just Jean Grey, huh? She just turned to the Phoenix, right? Oh, fucking hell. All right, Kirkman. All right, bro. I didn't read the comic, so when this happened in the comic books a bunch of years ago, I'm sure people was like, "Nigga, are you serious?" Simon got jokes today. Or excuse me, Cyrus. Oh, you grab my mustache, the source of my power. Please release me, Kakarot. I mean, Mark. Go my mustache. Let go my mustache. King Pear says, luckily, they took time out of the show. Eve naked, body crawling over to Mark for that gripping dialogue. Yeah, whatever the fuck. I didn't care about that shit at that point. I just know that means that Mark got another asterisk next to that win. That's what it means. Is that, oh, well, Eve actually beat him, softened him up, took the skin off his body down to, you know, the sinew and stuff. And then you headbutted him to death, stealing a classic scene from Ninja Scroll, trying to steal that from Jubei Kibagami. I hated that. I wasn't impressed by it. I wasn't. I was pissed off. It's bad enough that I was just talking last week about Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast, stealing all this shit from Akira so they can do their Aether Drift set. That was bad enough. Then I watched this episode of Invincible right after that, and this motherfucker's still in the most climactic point for one of my favorite fucking classic animes, which is Jubei beating Gemma to death with his head. No, I didn't like that shit. I wasn't impressed. Because if you really want to look at it, you just got the same ending you got last season. You know, when he beat Angstrom Levy's brain in to nothing. And then you watch this season and Angstrom Levy's destroyed fucking cranium was still able to open a portal and come back to... There are no real stakes in this shit, right? We're just here for the carnage. There's no stakes in this. I mean, I thought it was going along pretty well that, okay, people die and shit like that happen. Apparently, there's no stakes now. Because people come back from seemingly destroyed shit, just like you see at the end of this one. Well, Conquest ain't dead. They just got his body, you know, stacked under some blocks or some shit. What the fuck is that going to do? Just like Mark saying, burn it. Burn the body. How can you burn the body? The motherfucker just flew here from space by himself. I assume unassisted. Do you think fire is going to hurt him? Is that a Viltrumite weakness all of a sudden? No. What you should have done, instead of just trying to bury him under something he could sit up and deadlift or squat, Why don't you put a couple of earbuds on his ass with that little high frequency sound that they don't like and just have it playing in his ear the whole time since he can't pull them out? Fucking idiots. That shit is just like, yeah, whatever, man. I saw the ending. And I was like, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Burn the body. Why don't you take it to the sun if you think that'll work, Mark? Since your headbutt didn't finish him off. All Might had a similar power set without flying in a healing factor. Yeah, no shit. Mark ain't even got a healing factor. He just healed like regular humans. So I'd be walking around with braces and shit on. How do you reset a superhuman's bone? How do you do surgery? I'm starting to lose the luster on this. It's starting to lose this luster for me. It really is. Because I'm seeing they don't really have anything to offer me. Outside of it being new and having no experience with the characters in the comic, which is making me watch the show more, it's already repeating itself. Already. And pulling shit out of his ass to make the main character win something, which doesn't end up being a win at all. It's like, you're no good at doing this superhero shit at all. Your dad was right. Omni-Man was right. Fuck these people. Only to get to close to the end of the episode, what did you have? He had spent the whole season talking shit to Cecil, which he shouldn't do, and I didn't like. To get what? As soon as Eve got beat the fuck up, Cecil! Calling for his daddy. Man, no. Fuck you. Remember, you don't want to work with me. You worried about my methods and what I do. When it was the only thing that could have saved your ass. Now you want all that technology to help your girlfriend who took her happy ass out there. Against wishes, without help, without backup. I gotta protect Mark because the power of love. Look, man, your lantern shit is trash because they crashing through all of it. And I'm like, is it just designed to break all the time? Because it don't seem to matter how thick she make it. It's just breaking through. It doesn't matter. It is your light constructs is not that solid. Apparently. I don't know. If I could remake matter, I would have turned his fucking legs into zucchini. Serious. His head would have turned into a small black hole and sucked his body in. Just saying. If that's something you could do, maybe you can arrange it. I don't get it. King Parrish said there was no creativity for that episode. Everything felt like we've seen it before and they just put it in a blender. Yeah, it is. It was, Parrish. You've already seen all of that at the end of the first season. You already have. A fight in the city with a Viltrumite, Mark getting ran through people and people explode and all the rest of that shit. You got nothing new. And everybody was hyped about this. Oh, can't wait to see the fight with Conquest. Okay, Conquest shows up. Big fucking deal. Okay, let me see what this is all about. He got the same shit Omni-Man gave him. Just with a little sexual overtone, like Conquest was lonely and excited all at the same time. Like he's getting his Woody on, but he was miserable. Everybody's afraid of me. I'm alone. I don't give a fuck. I'm not your counselor. Blood Boylan said, Mark survived the nuke, which is more hotter than the core of the sun. How the heck is any Earth-made tool that can burn Conquest's body? Exactly. I said that as soon as he said it, burn the body. He said, can you? I don't think you can. I don't think you can burn his body. So why don't you do something with the body, Invincible? You take that shit somewhere. You been out in the space? That was dumb. Yeah, weak Green Lantern copy. I have little experience with Invincible comics. You and me both, Herb. And this is my experience with Invincible comics. This is it. This shit is seeming mightily underwhelming. The finale? If you get into bloody bodies, yeah, it would be the best thing ever. I've seen that already. It was not the best thing ever to me. The most traumatic thing I saw in that was Eve getting punched in the goddamn face. But it was all wiped away 2 minutes later. So it don't even matter now. Oh, well, I guess we're okay. Because Eve's all right. Mark's still fucked up, but Eve's okay. All right, whatever, fuck. Board white, reset. Which episode was worse? Orange Alien and Omni-Man beating up the weak jailhouse security guards laughing out loud, or this episode fighting scene? It's a good question, King. I would say this episode because it was built up to be something so much more. That it was something that everybody was waiting on. It was supposed to be such an epic fight. It's just the same shit. It's just the same shit we already saw. We basically just got this in the last episode. But this one is just a one-on-one. The prison guards one was interesting because the story is more about the prison break, but Alan getting through to Nolan. And Nolan realizing he has not failed completely. There is something to live for. Wanting to see Debbie getting out of there, saving Alan. That was more of the story than the prison break. Because, yeah, them guards, look, you see them other aliens was fucking them guards up, so Nolan fucking beating the shit out of them is no big deal. Nolan getting after a couple of Viltrumites. Shit, Battle Beast took out one of them. If Mark can't beat Battle Beast, he ain't got a chance against none of these other Viltrumites. Not a chance. He couldn't even beat his daddy. And if you're telling me his daddy is not the strongest one, then you, sir, have a problem. You need to start training with the military or something and learn some fighting moves other than just swinging hard. So, yeah, this season, I say this one just because of the build-up. The finale was weaker than the Orange Alien one because there was no build-up for the alien in the prison break episode. There was no build-up for that, right? You didn't know how strong these aliens were, but you weren't worried about them like that. Conquest was supposed to be the big deal. And this shit was just the same Omni-Man fight with newer animation from a different studio because, we got to get some better animation because it's going to be so epic. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. But call it what you want to. Just don't think I'm going to call it that too. Mm-mm. Mark was training with Cecil at the beginning of season 3, having him fight other superhumans, working out and shit, trying to find ways to test him. That's what they were doing with Cecil. And then he broke off from Cecil and started talking shit to him. When Cecil was trying to get the point across to him, you can be the hero or you can save the earth. You're going to have to pick one. And Cecil picked one. We saving the earth. I ain't got to be the nice guy to do that shit. Which is facts. You being a hero is pointless if you ain't got an earth to live on. You better work on saving the earth first. Now I'll drop this link in there, and I'll go on to talking about Reacher while we see who comes up. It's almost 3 hours, so we're at the 2 hour 9 minute mark. So I'll drop this in there. If you want to come up, you can. We can round out the last half hour with some shooting range open. Everybody throwing their shots down range. He hasn't been using fighting techniques such as hitting the ears, using the knife hands, the knee attack on Conquest. He used some of that. But is that really a fighting technique? No. It's just a maneuver. It's just a move. Punching somebody or figuring out that you can slice somebody doing this is no different than it's not like saying, I studied boxing, I studied martial arts. That's not what it is. You just turned your hand a different way. Is that really a fighting style? Or is it just a technique? The hitting of the ears, that's just understanding that we have this weakness. It had to be shown to him by Cecil. So now you can do it. It's a technique. But that's not his whole fighting style. Punching hard. Knee attack? He ain't a Muay Thai dude. Hitting somebody with a knee is hitting somebody with a fucking knee. You can fall upon figuring that shit out. I see you in the back, Matt. Well, if you really want to be, since you mentioned the knees, if Mark really wanted to up his game fighting, and if this was like the real world with his abilities, learn how to do some Muay Thai. Learn how to do some Muay Thai, and then maybe, I say Aikido or something like that. Something that uses Aikido or Kempo, something like that, that would use a stronger attack. There's speed and momentum against them. Because you understand that any Viltrumite Mark goes up against, he's going to be at a disadvantage. Power scale wise, he's going to be at the low end because they've been fighting for a while. So you're going to have to use that against them. And you're going to have to go in for the kill, whatever you do. Whatever you do. You go for that big, massive punch and miss, you better have something to follow up with. You better be going after their soft spots. If they have them in the same place as regular human beings, you might want to work on that. Start studying something. Watching some YouTube videos. I don't give a fuck. Something. Because your fighting skills is woefully lacking. If it's just swinging hard and wild. Yeah, we got a bunch of heroes on the planet can do that. So that's my opinion. So on to Reacher, episode 6. For the most part, it was supposed to be a tense episode. It just ended up being kind of boring. It just did. It just happened. Just happened. And the most objectionable part for me was the forcing of a sexual love story type of shit with this DEA agent who got nothing on her but a gun belt. And an attitude. Kissing on Reacher or trying to get at Reacher. I'm like, I don't like that. That's lame. Even when it happened, it looked so lame. It's like she's taking advantage of an autistic kid. Last season, I was into Reacher having something with his old teammate. I'm forgetting her name at the moment. But him having something with her, I was down for that. That was okay. This season, this chick, no. No. I'm not for it. It's forced and it's silly. It's just a chick being hard up for something. And apparently this is the most man she has seen since looking at her partner who is kind of round. No. It's silly. And to keep having this little bony chick running around her underwear and her panties like I'm seeing something is like, I don't know what it is with Hollywood that wants you to have these board-chested, bareback-ass chicks running around trying to prop them up to you like this is hot and what you're supposed to be desiring is insulting to my masculinity and to what it means to be a female. Yeah, you're right, Malika. She is more incompetent than attractive. How many safe houses, how many co-workers, field agents, or whatever has she lost already? This bitch is no good at her job. I don't even think bringing in McCabe is going to save her job. It's going to be thank you for the hard work, but you got to get the fuck out of here because you're a liability. No, not that damn attractive. Like a fucking cake pop is attractive. It's not doing it for me. And so that forced ass kiss with her and Reacher was some dumb shit that made the show all of a sudden really goofy. It's bad enough when you're having this whole My Bodyguard moment with Reacher and his kid still going on. And the kid is in his 20s. But now we got the, oh, why'd you do that? I didn't do anything. You did it to me. No, we can't do that ever again. Like sexual harassment. Anybody? No HR around? Fucking hell, dude. Like we got time for this shit. All this supposed to be tense stuff happening with bodies being thrown in oceans and all kind of stuff. You need a kiss right now. No, I'm not buying it. Not buying it at all. Not liking it at all. The rest of this that was actually the moment I was waiting to see was McCabe actually not remembering Reacher, even though he's looking him right in the face and seeing that this guy does not remember Reacher. He does have amnesia, which is like, okay, that saved you a little bit. But now we got more dumb shit happening. Another level of somebody else. And this is where I'm thinking, did the book actually have these 3 levels of villainy going on in it? That Reacher got to the kid to get into the house with what's his name, and then you find out that this guy, the furniture dealer, is not really the big boss. It's really McCabe. So now we're all worried about McCabe. To get to McCabe and find out McCabe is not really the big dude. It's this Russian guy. I'm like, who gives a fuck at this point? Let's start killing these dudes. Who gives a fuck at this point? That's what I looked at. As soon as they got to the Russian, I'm like, okay, this is too much. This is really too much right now. This just became convoluted. 3 levels of hierarchy. So who's actually the bad guy? Or are they just versions of badder men? Like, this couldn't be really in the book like this, could it? Did Lee Childs really write 3 levels of villainy like this? Because I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Just like I'm not buying the Love Connection. This is one Love Connection that didn't need to be made. Yeah, no. Look. So apparently they must have a quota that every season Reacher gotta fuck with one chick. I'd forgive the first season chick. right? The cop in Georgia, or whatever. Fuck, I'd forgive that one. That was different. But once he got to his old unrequited love from the 110th, once he got to her and was banging her the fuck out, that should have been it. That should have been it. Because where does this chick compare, this new DEA chick, where does she compare to the last one? She doesn't. She's not as capable. She's not as tough. She got a lot more mouth on her. But like Malika was pointing out, she's incompetent as fuck. At least the other one from the 110th, she was capable in many areas. No, that'd be going backwards, man. That'd be hustling backwards. No. Nope. Not feeling it, not liking it, not endorsing it. No. Keep your mind on doing your fucking work well. And stop worrying about getting you a piece. Girl boss. No. So I'm not liking that. The rest of the stuff in the episode was pretty lame and sedate. And it's more trying to build some kind of tension that Reacher is in danger, but then he's not in danger, then he is again. It's like, it's just vacillating back and forth between different ideas. Like, you can't keep a consistent theme in this. Like, this was a throwaway episode. Because at the most, all you did was introduce another villain. What? 6 episodes in, we got another villain introduced. Why? You weren't towing a line with 2? Well, so what? So do we have to spend 2 episodes now getting to understand why this Russian is such a bad guy? And he's worse than McCabe? Cyrus said, in regards to your earlier comment about Hollywood trying to push bird-chested, boy-built women onto us, I don't think they like that body type as much as they claim to. I couldn't tell because that's what they keep putting up there. Look, I know actual lesbians. I don't see that as being something they picking. No. Because for the most part, at least the ones I know, they have taste like men. Which means even if they want a chick, the chick gonna have to have some ass. She gonna have to have some tig ass. Some tiggle bitties. She is. She not gonna be some flat all the way around woman. They don't want that shit. They want something they can hold on to. So I'm not getting where these, everything but the female form motherfuckers are coming from. I really don't get where that's coming from. Who said that? Who said that's what attracted people, male or female? I was just watching the news this morning, right? In a completely different city, up early, watching their newscasters. I'm like, damn, these anchor women is hot. The fuck is this? Is this just the South? How old is these chicks? They're young. And I'm sitting here marveling. This is the first time I've actually seen really young anchors. A really young meteorologist, a really young anchor. And they're not ugly. They don't look like they're sitting up there being a plastic surgery case. They're not fake. Like, damn, who the fuck is this? The hell is her name? Let me look her up. I was looking at the anchor's Instagram. I'm like, shit, she nice looking. Damn, she ain't even that old. She's like 25. Pushing 30. I never thought I had a shot at a meteorologist. They ain't married you. Fuck wrong with people down here? She looking right. They don't look like this chick that's supposed to be an actor. I don't see it. Well, like I said, trying to force a love connection with the story is bad as lazy writing. It is. It is lazy. There you go. Uru strikes. What's up, Black Uru? If you look at Hollywood casting today, you should deduce that they're trying to push men and women into androgyny. Well, yeah, but you show more than you tell, because if you want people to use their brain, you don't say it all. Get them to think about it too. I think about it. It's like Angry Man's talked about it before. Why do they push Zendaya so hard? Why do they push Zendaya so hard? Other than Dune and Euphoria, can you think of anything you've seen Zendaya in that she was awesome at? I didn't even watch Euphoria. I know her from Spider-Man. I know her from Dune. I know her from being around my daughter's school. That's it. I have seen nothing else she's been in. They say, oh, she was a child actor. She's still a fucking child. She's only 25. But they push her like she's the finest thing ever. How? Because she modeled? A lot of people model. Grace Jones was a model. Well, a model for what? For what's possible? No. It's androgyny. Because the women look less feminine. And they act less feminine. And the men look less masculine and behave more effeminate. Yeah. The end game point is to push you all into looking at everybody the same and being attracted to the same shit, so they can push anybody in front of you and you'll be trying to fall down on them. And I've told people before, I don't like young girls. I like women. And for me, women have curves. Ass and tits, ass and hips, chest and lips. Women have a distinct form in my brain. And I like adult women. I don't like young looking chicks that don't do it for me. I'm not trying to have them look like little girls because I see something wrong with that. So, like Uru was saying, the androgyny, yeah, Hollywood is pushing the androgyny. Get y'all falling down on each other, making it seem like it's all the same. Actually, sir, Zendaya is 28. Is she? She's still not a food item to me. So that still makes her a child. I'm working on my 52nd year. Still a child to me. She's younger than my oldest child. Just saying. They're trying to push both extreme body types, skinny and morbidly obese. Once you get a certain distance, you can't easily distinguish male and female. Girls are flat and dudes have boobs. Yeah, that's the problem. I like distinct body types, but that's why I like women and women that have matured and blossomed into their womanhood bodies. It's just normal to me. But maybe in another 20 years, it'll be a brave new world and y'all will be seeing it as all the same. Anyway, the rest of the episode for Reacher was not that damn interesting. It wasn't. Wasn't at all. The love story was lame. The love aspect of it was lame. And Reacher's cover getting blown was absolutely incompetence. Absolute incompetence. To involve a kid in something that he didn't need to be involved in. Whatever. This was washed up episode. What was the other shit that I said? Expose, Neely Code, and stupid relationships, and then seeing Neely again. And Neely watching the dude bleed out like she's just cold and unfeeling and just don't care. Why do we need that from Neely? I guess a white boy got killed though. Zendaya has a pretty face, but she looks like a twig that can break if you apply force. But you're right, she does look like a teenager. No, I didn't say she was ugly. I never said she was ugly, but it's not a grown woman body type. I'd wait to see Zendaya after she's actually had a child to see what she looks like after that. Because then she would have hit, I would think, her adult woman body. She would have hit her final form. Right now, yeah, she has a pretty face. Not much else. And that's just me thinking that women should be developed. Sue me. Timothy Chalamet being a star proves they are trying to queer the male attractiveness standards. Nothing but that dude reminds you of a man. No, he could have been fucking asexual. The way he looked, he could have been fucking. What's that other one that likes to wear men's clothes sometimes in roles? The ancient one from Doctor Strange. I'm forgetting her name right now. Can go back and forth. Doesn't actually distinctly look like a male or a female. It just looks like a doll. So can play it either way. Two-dimensional and average at best. Depends on the pool you're in. In certain pools, like, the mayonnaise, she is exotic. Though we're in black culture, she's just a skinny brown-skinned girl. Which would have a struggle. Because, man, you fucking at the skinny chick, you're going to break her, bro. They are good. She good. Yeah, thank you, Malika. Tilda Swinton. Yeah. To your point, or do you think that storytelling has suffered because they have to pack so many things into small episodes, or is it the latter? I would think either way, making 24 episodes or making 9 episodes, you have to be able to tell some kind of concise story, right? And the point being made is that apparently they got it better in 24 episodes, and these people can get it done in 9. Which I think if you still thought in a 24 episode format, condensing it down to 9 episodes should make it easier for you. You should have all the banger episodes back to back to back, right? But apparently they can't do 9 episodes. Even in a shorter format, they can't hit it out the park consistently, which means it's just the latter. They just suck at writing. Because it didn't matter if they had more time or less time, they couldn't do it. They couldn't fill it. Octavia Butler was good for this. Octavia Butler primarily, even though you know her for her novels, Octavia Butler was primarily short stories. Right? I think what is it, 300 pages or something like that is considered a short story. That's what she was good for. That's what she was known for. But occasionally, she would go back and write more to that short story and turn it into a whole novel. Point being, you couldn't take this 9 episode show and stretch it out and make it better. Could you? It seems like it would suck more. There's nothing in it that says, oh man, I just need that expanded on a little bit more. Barely. Barely. So that's why I say I think it's just the writers. The writers are just trash. Because you're not seeing anything that could help them. Aside from actually having some fucking skill. I think it's just because there's no creativity in society anymore. Well, here's the thing. I think creativity exists. There's certain things I don't think you can wipe out completely, 100%. There is always creativity, right? And creativity sometimes can come from scarcity. That's why I say the black pen on creativity has never run dry. Those black folks, in a lot of situations live on the bottoms and are struggling, so they have to be creative in their living situations and how they deal with life, all of that shit. You always have to be creative. So I don't think the creative spark is completely gone. The problem is it's suppressed and not allowed to have its day and bubble to the surface because it has so many non-creative motherfuckers standing above it in positions as gatekeepers to keep it from coming in. You can see that everywhere. Any organization. Your job to your buddy's job. They don't work with you in the same place. It always will seem like there is a down force on the innovative and the creative. The ones who could actually get shit done. They push down on the ones who could actually surpass them and keep pushing that creativity away. Told y'all before, one of my last corporate job that I got written up for doing exactly what I'm talking about. Being creative. Taking the problem as it was given to me. Not doing it the way they told me to do it, but creating a creative solution to solve that problem, not just for me, but for everybody that came behind me, which made it easier to do, easier to maintain, and less work on the back end. I got written up for that shit. Why? Because the person above me didn't think of it. And because he felt threatened by that shit, then all of a sudden I was insubordinate and not following the plan. I redesigned the plan so it will work better, which is what the company wants. It says it wants those kind of thinkers. Yes, the company does. But that direct report above me didn't want that shit at all. Because then he'd be in danger of losing his job. That's how he thought about it. Like, there's only so much money for everybody. They a millionaire. They taking it from all of us. If you create something that everybody needs, you'll be a millionaire right alongside of them tomorrow. You know that, right? Your imagination is limited. Money ain't. In this day and age, modern females want Prince Paris and Troy than Prince Hector. Yeah. They want to be inside where the party is. Running from the battle. They want some Teletubby stuff where you couple based on personality and you have a gender reveal on wedding night. You got an innie? I have an Audi. I guess we won't have to adopt then. Yuck. Thanks, Rainfire. Hell of a fucking visual. Hell of a visual. That's for y'all. Thankfully, I don't date that far down. I'm in an older age group where, women kind of still look like women. So, yuck. Generations coming behind y'all, alphas. It's gonna be hard for y'all. Gonna be hard for y'all. I put that link in there, and Mr. Matt came in and left. I'll put it in one more time. I got about 20 minutes, and then I'm gonna shut this down at 3 hours. Black Rule said, I have tried to watch the Reacher series, but it's just too different from the character that Tom Cruise presented in the movies. Reacher basically seemed like an American version of Schwarzenegger. I'll say this. My first introduction to Jack Reacher was the Tom Cruise movie. But after learning more about the character, the more truer version of Reacher is the series. Because that's exactly what he's supposed to look like. And so the jokes play better. Some of the stuff plays better. But what you get from it is that Reacher might be on the spectrum. He might just be on the spectrum. And taking people out ain't no thing to him. It's not. Not really. So if you like the Tom Cruise portrayal, which I like the Tom Cruise portrayal, I like the Alan Richardson portrayal as well. And I just hold them differently in my head. One is the movie and one is from the books. Because the episodes that they do, the seasons that they do, come directly from the books. So that's why I'm questioning this season about these 3 levels of villainy, if that is in the book or is that an Amazon insertion, just like this stupid ass love story. So you should give it a chance. Watch that first season and let me know what you think on that, Uru, because I can like them both, and I do like them both. I like Richardson's portrayal. I like Cruise's portrayal. I just see them. I can hold both of those in my head at the same time and understand, well, this is just a little different because Tom Cruise liked it and wanted to do it, but Tom Cruise ain't that tall. It don't matter. It's Tom Cruise company. Skydance is pretty much him. So you're going to do the shit. You're going to be in it. It's just what it is. It'd be no different if Will Smith was doing the shit. He'd put himself in the lead role too. It's like, you don't look like this motherfucker. Yeah, but I love this story. Love this character. That's just what you're going to get. Yeah, Blood Boiling saying, yeah, Reacher in the novel is a towering man while Tom Cruise is small. Yeah, Tom Cruise is small. But like I said, that was my introduction to the character. So I enjoyed it. What up, Uru?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me up. I like the Cruise presentation. Again, I hadn't read the book, so maybe I don't have a valid position here, but I think I like the Cruise presentation because he was more sort of MacGyver type, or more he seemed to be more thoughtful in terms of how he did things versus relying on brute strength. I mean, from my perspective, and again using another cinematic example, this is almost like when I watch Reacher, this like may as well be like sort of a series of like Commando, like with Schwarzenegger, the 80s, the old 80s Commando movie, because it just seems more like that than again what I saw in the movie version. But I mean, if this is what people enjoy, it's fine. I just find even just the character to be somewhat stiff or not well developed as a human being. Now, if you're saying that this person is on on the spectrum, then maybe
Yeah,
that might explain him being somewhat aloof, I guess.
yeah. I mean, that's how Richardson plays the character, which, from what I understand, is truer to what the character is in the book. Tom Cruise's portrayal didn't have that maybe he's on the spectrum. He's a little bit more capable, right? I say Tom Cruise's portrayal of Reacher is a little bit more towards Ethan Hunt than Jack Reacher,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I agree.
But Reacher in this show, he has all that capability. He is that capable. He is that smart, right? And it's not always coming down to him just beating the hell out of people, because people see him as a big dummy. And he actually has to, outwit them a lot of times with his intelligence, and not just he's a big dude. But the part about him being a big dude is that why people are so intimidated or thrown off by him immediately when they see him, because he is such a monstrous goddamn man. It's like, holy shit. Like, what? What did you do? But it sells itself on Amazon. It does sell itself on Reacher kicking somebody's ass, fighting. It does sell itself on that.
Yeah, I'm sure it works well. Well, obviously it does. I mean, this is the third season, so I'm sure it's done well. And I won't speak too negatively of it. For what it is, it's enjoyable. Again, if you do take it for what it is and not have a different expectation of it, I'm sure it's viewed very differently. I mean, again, I'm referring to Tom Cruise and I also referred to Commando. I mean, most people wasn't even alive when that movie was.
I was, and that worked. As soon as you said it, I was like, yeah, I can see that.
Because as I'm watching, I'm like, man, this just seems like a series of Commando. But no, it's fine for what it is. The other thing, the Invincible.
Yeah.
Here's the thing I struggle with Invincible. This character is named Invincible, right? And this guy is beaten to the point of death in every episode.
Yes.
Very
I
true.
said it like 2 weeks ago, and somebody corrected me from the chat, like, no, his will is invincible. I'm like, yeah, whatever the fuck. He might need to change his name.
Funny at this point? But I'm gonna let the other guys speak.
Yeah. What up, AB? What up, Dead Set?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? He's not wrong. He especially after that beating his father gave him. Good Lord.
Yeah.
He survived that crap, man.
But he ain't caught a beating from everybody even after that. Like, his daddy wasn't the tip of the iceberg. No, he was just the floodgate that opened. He'd been catching beatings. Catching beatings. He was halfway catching the beating from one of his own versions of himself.
Yep.
Come on, man. The black dude with the brain was putting a beating on him.
Straight up though, Mark got beat up so much that beating that Conquest game looked like a cakewalk.
When I was watching that episode last week, and I'm watching Conquest beating his ass, and he knocked him into the water and shit like that, right? No, he hit him so hard he was skipping across the water, right?
Right.
So I'm looking at that shit and say,
he's already been
Mark is just Daniel LaRusso. He's just Daniel. He's just the Karate Kid getting his ass kicked. That's all he is. Because every Karate Kid movie, he got to get his ass kicked first. He learned a new move. He beat the bully. Every movie. That's the formula for every movie. But in the beginning, he getting his ass kicked. Mark is just he's just a Karate Kid. He's just getting his ass kicked until he eventually wins by luck, by hook or by crook. He finally won. Like, yeah, but that's an asterisk. He didn't get a straight up W. Maybe you got a lowercase W, man, because you had some help.
I want to go back to.
Oh, hey,
I want to go back to the Reacher series, because when y'all were talking about him, I do like the Richardson version, because it's this idea that this mountain is moving about inconspicuously in the world.
Exactly.
That actually made me very interested in this series. It was like, man, this dude is bigger than life, but nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows where he comes from. And then he goes in and then he pulls the commando solving problems type of deal. That premise is really interesting.
Yeah, got him moving around like Kwai Chang Kang and shit. It's like just wandering, like he's a big fucking wanderer. Like,
nobody would ever forget this dude if they saw him.
no.
Well, I mean, would the government allow a dude like that to move around like that?
Probably not.
What choice do they have?
Yeah, what choice they have? You gotta find him.
They sure have choices.
Well,
Yeah, once he left the base, then he out. How you find him? No home address. He got a toothbrush and a wire transfer. Like
pretty much another Rambo.
Yeah, well, that's why I say Kwai Chang Kang. He just going. He just wandering. Just going where he go. Like
but when he show up,
go ahead.
But when he shows up on your radar, you know some shit happening.
Oh no! If he in your face about to punch you, you and did some shit. You did something that he found objectionable, and that's what I like about the Richardson portrayal of it. That he does have a serious moral code, right? And it gets triggered over little shit.
Yep.
Like first season was that dog, right?
Oh, yeah, that dog sent him over the edge.
Yeah, that dog sent his ass over the edge. But some of his friends, you might get some terrible shit. And he leave bodies everywhere. Like a dead body is nothing to him. Like when he went to New York and that dude was hanging from the fire escape. Like, you just gonna leave him?
Yeah.
You can't be leaving bodies everywhere, bro. Somebody got to catch up to you sooner or later. He is not work. He's just. It's like he doesn't fully fathom all of this stuff. Like the closest thing I can relate Reacher to now, especially watching this season, is the accountant.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It's like these two characters are on the spectrum. They're very trained, but they're on the spectrum, so they don't adjust to people the same way. They really don't. So some of this stuff they say it seems really cold and really rude when they say it. They just don't know, dude. It's like having Asperger's. They don't know it's insulting you.
Yeah,
it's just the truth of what it is.
Yeah, it's like he has a true sense of blind justice. And blind justice, if we really look at justice blindly, it's pretty cold. It's sort of like God's justice. It's like, look, you did this. These are the consequences. I don't give a hell what your constitution says. These are the consequences. And he's immovable as a mountain. You cannot move him off his spot.
No.
That makes him a really interesting character.
The one that caught me off guard was when he killed the Puerto Rican dude by just slamming his head against the desk.
Oh yeah. Well, he got that.
I mean, because it happened so quick.
Yeah. Angel Doll got.
But then worse than that, he kills him, then kind of casually balls him up and shoves him in the
breaks
desk
his legs.
What the hell?
Hercules.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah. Angel Doll got did dirty, man.
And then when the DEA woman asked him about it or whatever, he just kind of casually says he was going to blow my cover. He just walking by. Like he didn't even stop to explain anything. It's like, geez, man.
Yeah, that's that spectrum shit. Like, yeah, he was gonna blow my cover. Like, yeah, but that's kind of
kind of messed up, man. I mean,
yeah, that's kind of messed up. Like, you stuck him under the desk like that. Like, what the fuck, Reacher? What the hell?
Like, did you really expect this to actually effectively hide him?
Yeah.
Man, that's some Punisher shit.
Punisher would have left his ass out there, like he wouldn't have cared.
Right? But the methodology is like, and the sense of justice is just like, you about to get some work done.
Yeah, the only thing I am liking that I've seen in this season was him actually going up against the big dude, and the big dude humbling him for a half a second.
Yeah.
So I hadn't even started watching this season.
Oh, I've spoiled. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I can't be spoiled. That's my thing.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he put him on his fucking hands and knees for a second.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
He smacked that boy to show him how he smacked the little French maid and why she did. And he smacked him, and that boy went over like, the fuck? The hell was that? That motherfucker. If Alan Richardson is big, this other dude that's in there is fucking huge. Like Jesus, dude. Where they need to put up the square circle around you, two motherfuckers. Y'all need to be headlining WrestleMania or something. Like Jesus.
Yeah,
Wow.
he looks like the size of that guy that played the Mountain in Game of Thrones, man.
Yeah,
like some mutated human.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh man, I was thinking about that guy because that guy is preternatural. You remember he was? I don't know if y'all saw it, the video where he was doing the keg toss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the thing came down and hit him on his shoulder, and it was like it was nothing.
Yeah.
I looked at that, I said, "God damn,
this dude is the Mountain."
I love that shit.
Didn't he come from like a family of a lot of like gigantic type dudes? I think they showed him with like maybe his father and his brothers or whatever, and all these dudes are like monstrous dudes.
Yeah, they all monsters. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, they monsters. They are mutants.
Yeah,
came from the savage land,
like frost giants, man.
Yeah, real life frost giants.
Yeah, my nephews are like that. My sister is about 5'4". She's been married to this dude forever. He's like 6'5". His son, my two nephews are like 6'6", 6'5".
There's a family of black folks that I know like that. They're in construction in California, and all of them, even down to the nephews, is like that. 6 foot plus, big, broad shouldered, strong as shit. Like,
yeah,
just naturally. Like, I don't know where the fuck y'all came from. Y'all stock cannot be diluted. Like,
that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know what they put in your coffee, but I wish I had some.
Yeah, these massive motherfuckers. They're just big for no reason at all.
Yeah,
strong and muscular. Like Jesus, it's closer to the source.
Hey, that female cousin of yours, you said it was a female cousin who has the.
That was my sister, and my nephews are big like that. My brother-in-law.
Yeah, I guess your sister looks like your sister jeans just gave way.
and guess what? She caught that mofo. She caught that mofo when she had just joined the Air Force. She was 19 years old. That's how long
that was perfect breeding time.
Yeah.
That was perfect.
Well, that's Gen X for you too.
Yeah, Gen X, perfect timing.
Yeah,
that's my one. Got me all.
The other thing about Invincible, it's just something that kind of unnerved me, and it really kind of threw me in the last episode. Why do Adam Eve remind me of some weird combination of a Green Lantern and Jean Grey?
Because she is.
Both. Yeah. That's pretty accurate, yeah.
It's like, what is going on here?
Because she is. That's the same thing I was saying. It's like, for a knockoff Green Lantern, your shields is trash. Because everybody break them. Everybody breaks them. So you obviously not working on willpower. She's supposed to be able to, rewrite molecules and shit like that. It's like, well, she's doing some really basic shit for that. And then this last episode, she pulled a Jean Grey. It's like, I thought this bitch was dead. She's supposed to be over with.
Phoenix move.
Yeah, it's like, I just got to push past those mental blocks. Well, you need to tell them to get them unstuck.
Yeah, really, man.
If you're going to keep running out there like that, then I got a lot more episodes of you just running out there into situations that should be life-threatening for you. But don't worry, she'll be okay. She can bring herself back. It's like, oh, there ain't no stakes then. Fuck it.
Yeah, there ain't no stakes in that.
Yeah, anything could happen to you. It won't matter. You'll be okay afterwards. Well, why do I care now? Like, even with Jean Grey, she suffers. I would say she suffers with popularity because everybody just wants to see the Phoenix. So that's why they had to remove her from comics for a while sometimes. For that reason. Well, she'll be all right. Why? Because of the Phoenix. Yep. She'll come back. I got to move on to some other characters.
Yeah, she was unnecessary when she was next to Professor X. It was just like, what are you here for?
She was necessary when it was, to me, she was necessary when she was next to Professor X and she's just Marvel Girl. It's somebody he's training.
Okay, that makes sense.
Somebody he's training to be his replacement in a sense, right? Because I do believe everybody should have their replacement. You train your replacement. She has a little bit more powers than him, more on the telekinetic side, cool. Then he's training her with all this telepathy and stuff. But once she hit Phoenix level, she was past Xavier. Now what you here for? Beat it. Go somewhere.
And she became uncontrollable, though. That's a problem. It's like
it's hard to write for now. Like, well,
I'll
just get out of it all the time.
When I was buying those comic books in the 80s, as they were building up to that point, that was quite a read during that.
Yes,
it was. That was some fantastic reading at that time, especially given the way it culminated.
Yeah, good reading at the time, but now they fluctuate back and forth with that. And nowadays they've given so many other people the Phoenix Force. It's like it's pointless now.
Yeah,
it's not even special to her anymore. She's the best one. Whatever.
Your plot device.
Yeah, I mean, even fucking Echo had it.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. What?
Oh. Never liked that character.
Yeah, that the Phoenix Force is just a trophy you can pick up now. Apparently, for whoever wants to write you and throw you in that category, somebody who can be a vessel for the Phoenix. Even Echo got it. Like that makes it really lame now.
If everybody's a Phoenix and no one's a Phoenix,
then nobody's a Phoenix, right? It's not special at all. But no, Jean Grey is the top. Yeah, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Yeah. It's like 10 of y'all now. That's not even special. It's like everybody being Super Saiyan. Even Yamcha. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah, that's one thing I really hate that they do is when they begin to dilute the characters by making multiples of them. It's just like, why is this character special now? I can see the trope where, like Wolverine is fighting himself or something like that. Okay, yeah, I like that for what it is, but that's a momentary thing. You got to start moving past this ish and get creative.
Yeah, but that's how you know they don't have any creativity, because that's when they start introducing that shit.
Yep.
Without ideas. Well, let's just introduce another one of him. Like, all right. Yep. Okay, they might play for a little while. What you got after that? Well, Kid. Well, that's just another version of him. Shit.
Yeah, that's why I would stop watching like Star Trek. I was like, wait a minute, how many times y'all going to do the Borg and time travel?
Exactly.
Y'all got to do better than this.
Look, man, the Borg should have been used like the Daleks. You'll see them every so often. Yep. They're that ultimate villain, but you don't see them every time. Exactly. You don't see them all the time. You just know they are.
Voyager.
Voyager, and then of course. After Voyager, I mean, they took the Borg all the way back to Enterprise. So, yeah. I don't know if y'all saw that episode.
Those are two I haven't really watched, Voyager and Enterprise.
Yeah, Voyager, that's how they got 7 of the 9. So there was...
I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But after that, the good thing about it was Deep Space Nine didn't even touch the Borg. That was...
Yeah, they didn't need to.
They didn't need to. They had the Dominion.
They need to. Mm-hmm. And it was better for it.
Yeah.
If the Borg showed up on DS9, it would have never been, to me, it would have never really solidified being its own show.
Exactly.
DS9 had some of the best space battles ever.
Yes.
And the best characters, too. I mean, goodness gracious. Those characters were fully fleshed.
Yes.
Yeah, they overused the Borg and defamed them. Yeah, because you've seen it too many goddamn times.
Yeah.
If they can get beat every time they show up, why are we seeing them? They're not really a threat anymore, are they?
Yeah, and that's the thing that made what was it, First Contact interesting, because they had that dual story taking place, First Contact of the Humans, which I really dug that angle. But then the Borg showing up and then assimilating all of that, I was like, okay, I'm interested. That's why that's a cult classic now. But after that, we don't need to see the Borg no more. We just need to see them periodically.
Yeah. Periodically, every once in a while, there's certain villains that you don't need to see all the time like that. I'd say Joker is that for the Batman. Yeah. He can run around punching everybody else multiple times in every year, and nobody gives a shit. But the Joker should show up for them special occasions. You don't need to pull him out all the time. You don't.
And I'm glad you said that. That said because they finally figured that out in Picard season 3. The Borg only showed up 2 times, and that was at the very end of the season.
Yeah, but yeah, because I did like the idea that they used the shadow of the board as
Yeah,
as the
it was a good
threat.
build up. It was definitely a good build up. I was like, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then, there was some good things. I like Picard season 3 because the idea of this new assimilation method by
Yeah,
using the transporters, that was interesting.
yeah,
What?
very interesting. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Picard season 3
Oh,
was the
Picard season
shit.
3 was off the chain.
Yeah, AB was selling me on Picard season 3, telling me to watch that one, but I haven't gone back to watch it because I still haven't gone back to watch it.
Shout out to Michael Doan Wolf was getting it in.
Was he?
Season 3, he was getting it in.
I
I don't want to spoil it, man, but he was getting it in season 3.
Yeah, the most violent pacifist I've ever seen.
His intro alone was like, yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Then you hear that clean out music, like, yep, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, but the problem with Picard season 3 was Raffi. I hated that character. That she was never a good character.
Well, no, she was never a good character, but they put her on the right leash. Right.
I'll agree to that. Yes, they did put her on the right leash. I don't know if because you haven't seen it, so I'm not going to spoil it. But
it's okay. You can't spoil it.
Okay, cool. The part when they were in the holodeck in the bar, and you remember the baby, and the Captain Shaw, he went in on John Luke about Locutus.
Oh goodness,
it was legendary. And John Luke, after he got that verbal ass whooping, he walked out the bar, and it was Will Crusher, the guy who played Will Crusher, was explaining. Yeah. He was like, it was amazing because when he walked out that bar, he literally looked smaller. I said, God damn.
Somebody gave John Luke some work, huh?
It was almost to the point because you remember when Cisco was giving John Luke that work about being Locutus and at Wolf 359. Yeah, Captain Shaw was also there, but he had been drinking. He was the captain of the ship, and Picard and Riker had took that shit over. He was just had enough. He was like, "This motherfucker was over here blowing up the world."
He went in.
He went in hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it was cool because he never liked Picard or Riker for their shenanigans. And, he was insulting them like from day one.
Yeah. From the
he was like,
season to almost to the end, he was insulting them.
Like, wait a minute. Because, Picard, he's the winemaker. He gives him a bottle of wine. And then he takes it. He's like, oh, yeah, great. I prefer another brand.
I ain't drinking this shit.
His microaggressions was off the chain, but he was also such a great character. I wish we could have seen more of him.
I kind of wish they would have went more into Beverly Crusher and Picard's relationship because everybody knows that was going to happen eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah, but her
husband,
she's
that was not, and no, that was not a good excuse for her not telling him about her child, but
No, she was. I just could not stand seeing her on screen because her face work was so terrible.
Oh, did she get a Gates McFadden got something done to her face?
Man, she got it done to her face, and it looks horrible.
Ugh.
Every time she was on scene, I was like, "That ain't the Beverly Crusher that I knew."
Right,
right, yeah.
I was like, she should have done what everybody else did, I'm sure. I mean, because we know Patrick Stewart had work done too, but at least he stopped after sometimes because there was a point where it was like this shit ain't working.
Mm-hmm.
But
they keep. I don't like the idea of them people getting their face work. Some of them have some of the jobs that look good, and the rest of them that look bad. Keeps reminding me of that Escape from L.A.
Yeah,
like John Carpenter was prophetic. Like that, the more I keep seeing them, the more they keep looking just like the like, yep, he wasn't that far off.
Don't talk about Vivica Fox like that.
Vivica Fox talking about herself.
Man.
A diaper girl.
Yes, BBL looked like she got a diaper on, man. I was like, really, Vivica, really? You were a 10 out of a 10, but now look at you.
Shit, she was probably a 7 out of a 10 for me.
Yeah, she
was all right, but look, attitude make you a lot ugly to me. Attitude makes you a lot ugly. Some of the shit that came out of her mouth was like, No, she got a nice body, but I don't know if I want to put up with that shit coming out.
No, I wouldn't want to put up with her.
Yeah, no. Use it, but I can rent it, but I choose not to buy. Sorry, like, no, don't even want to lease.
Based on what I had another dude tell me, I wouldn't even want to rent it because they said she cussed like a sailor.
I believe it. And as much as I curse, a woman who curses more than I do,
yeah, it's a red flag.
Is really unattractive for me. It's really unattractive.
I had one of them over last night. Oh my gosh. I mean, I won't do her. She was outside. It was 2 a.m. and she was banging on the door, next door. And she was banging so hard. I was like, what the hell?
The hell is going on here?
I go outside of my front door and I open it up.
Staying home.
Look, cute little thing. Cute. I mean, like 5 foot, nice little body.
Okay.
Oh, but the worst.
Yeah, but ghetto fabulous.
Ghetto fab.
Yeah.
Smurf.
She comes over to my house. Well, and then she's like, I'm looking for somebody. And she tries to walk right in my house. I said, you ain't coming in here. And then she's like, you better wash your mouth with me, motherfucker. I will have your hair blown off. I said, oh, really?
She said that shit to you?
She just met her. And the only thing I was thinking, Baltimore's finest. I walked to my house and closed the door in her face.
Yeah.
That was it. I ain't got time to deal with you.
I'm thinking somebody getting kicked down stoop. You better calm your little ass down.
Yeah. All because I wouldn't let her in my goddamn house. And I'm like, you over there banging on the neighbor's house and you telling me you looking for somebody? That nigga ain't here. Yeah. Whoever he is.
Vivica's face is stuck on pause.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
And look, Trust said Vivica is a solid disappointment. Damn, that's from another black woman.
Boy, I know. Black women can be vicious with that shit.
Sorry.
You say solid.
She was polite though. She said just a solid disappointment. She didn't say she looked like a face only a troll could love. Like
it's just black women say that stuff even when they're typing it. It's like, wait a minute, I can see some undercurrents here.
Yeah, she went to that Cinnabite makeup counter. Oof, that's terrible. The sad part is, like me, Bane, when you see her without makeup. I have not, and I'm not going to look that up either.
Me neither.
I remember Vivica Fox when she looked good to me. And I'll leave it at that because I don't need that lasting memory of that last shit I saw.
Exactly. I mean, I wish black women could pull something like an Audrey Hepburn really well.
They can, but this is the thing. I think it's more so the Hollywood black women. That if they had been in Hollywood a while and they really think they still trying to look like white women, that's when they start doing all that dumb shit.
Yep.
Like we've talked about it before. Little Kim was hell of a cute. She was hell of a cute. She fucked herself up trying to look like Madonna. Mm-hmm. Look what Madonna looked like now. She looked like shit. Yep. But Little Kim beat her to that point. Like, Kim, you was cute. I don't know what the hood did to you, but we liked you the way you was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You was a little cutie. You could have still been a little cutie because black don't crack. Y'all age fine.
Mm-hmm.
She fucked herself up and like I say, aging like milk. Nigga, like, ugh.
She looked like a broke down Barbie doll.
Man, a broken, thrown by the fireplace Barbie doll. Left it on top of the floor heater. The vent. Yeah. Never found Vivica attractive. I seen the role she's played. In my gut, I knew she was acting as herself in all those roles. Yes, I always believe that too. But she was attractive. That's what I said. She had a nice body on her, but she was being herself. I never thought that she was overly acting. I thought she was being herself. But you have to remember, Vivica came from acting on soap operas and shit like that.
Exactly.
That's why I think she got that miscalculation of I'm still trying to look like a white woman. Got to be like these white chicks, because that's how she ended up getting that role in Independence Day,
which I liked her in that.
Wife had saw her on a soap opera. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, that was
I did like her in Independence Day. I did.
Yeah, she's good.
I saw her ass. Like,
man, yeah, it was that last shot when she ran up to Will Smith and kissed him. I was like, man, she wearing them goddamn shorts, ain't she? And look at them legs.
Well, she was a stripper in that too. She was in
she was a stripper.
I thought, that was a body double. Like, no, she really do got all that ass. God damn. Ooh, Lord, chocolate.
Yeah.
Got Will disqualified
questions.
for the astronaut program and everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
That boy taking care of the adopted kid. Like, yep. I'm gonna marry her.
Yeah, but Harry Connick Jr. is in there acting like a little bitch. I just like, dude, no. Why? I wouldn't even have done that scene with him looking at Will Smith's ass. I was like, that shit.
Speaking of Independence Day, I can confirmly say now there's only one Independence Day movie.
Yeah, I saw number 2. You never heard me talk about it though either.
Yeah, that movie does not exist.
Dude, I watched it twice just to make sure that it was that bad.
Yeah, why? Whose idea was that movie?
The same people that made the first one, probably the studio.
No, but I mean, in terms of why they thought. First of all, why do you think it would have worked without Will?
Because they were trying to prove to themselves that they didn't need Will Smith to make that movie work. They had all the other pieces. I think Jeff Goldblum was in.
Just not everybody else. All the major characters.
They even brought Brent Spiner back for some odd reason, but yeah,
just did not cut the mustard. Just didn't do it. Imagine that.
It was a terrible story.
it was.
Yeah, I think it could have worked without Will Smith had they just
had a better
done
story.
better writing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I would watch the second Pacific Rim more than I'd watch that Insurrection, whatever the fuck it was called, Independence Day. Yeah.
Resurgence.
Yeah, Resurgence. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
It wasn't. None of them movies that they did sequels to that used that R word or an R word worked. Matrix Resurrections did not work. Resurgence, Independence Day Resurgence did not work. No, stop it. Just quit. Just leave the franchise where you found it and walk away.
Now here they're trying to make a Matrix 5. Why?
Because of how the last one ended.
Money. I know money.
Well, look, I knew why the last one came out. Why Lana wanted to have her little bitch session at Warner Brothers and all the rest of that shit. But you understand, Warner Brothers does not want to leave that hoe off the street. They're gonna pimp that Matrix hoe out as much as they can. So that 5th movie was coming regardless, if you want that shit or not. Now maybe Lana gets to direct it again, and maybe she worked all that little personal issue out of her system and actually will try to tell a decent story. But I don't think it's gonna do shit either.
Yeah, I think that the Matrix is still a viable franchise. If
it is.
Treat it right.
Yeah, but not under those hands.
Right.
I would trust Denis Villeneuve to do a Matrix 5 more than I would trust Lana Wachowski to do it. And that sounds fucked up, but that's just what it is. Somebody else who got some kind of vision or something like that. Because that last one just shit the bed. I didn't need that little bitchy shit. I didn't need that.
Yeah, I watched that movie once, never watched it again.
Yeah, I've watched it once too, because I could watch 5 other movies and see what was in there, because that's what they did. They pulled from 5 other fucking movies.
Yeah.
And I'm never really, after knowing what I know now, I'm never seeing them as the creative driving force of that shit. They weren't. So you really gonna have to show me something now. Or talk to Miss Sophia and see if you can get her to write you a script. Just saying. Maybe she can write you a script. That'll work.
I might accept The Force Awakens. I will not accept the last 2 movies. It's just not going to happen.
I don't know what 2 movies you're talking about.
Yeah. I will accept Force Awakens. I will not accept those last 2 movies. It's not going to happen.
Look, man, I thought me and you understood this. We don't talk about them last 2 fucking movies.
I mean, look, I forget.
Especially not mixed company.
That's the other thing. Okay, because I don't talk about them. And in fact, they were so bad, they just leave my memory. And until somebody brings them up. And I was like,
they leave my memory until someone brings them up. And I have still, I don't know the day count, but I have still never watched either one of those motherfuckers again. Not at all. I will not revisit it. I've seen Force Awakens a couple of times.
Yeah.
I watched it a couple of times. The rest of that shit? No. Acolyte? One time. I didn't even watch the episode again for a review. Like, fuck it. If I forgot it, I forgot
I didn't think Acolyte was worth finishing, let alone watch.
I finished it.
the movies and
I'm
this
not the
series,
best for it.
the movies and the series have been so bad that it spoiled me on playing even just the video games. It's just like I don't even want to play this shit, man, because it's just gone bunk.
Mm-mm.
And
Jedi Survivor we're playing, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they're realizing that the audience is being turned off that much by this ish.
No, because they still want to blame it on everything else, but we just really put out a substandard product, which I think would be the simplest answer to come to. But I have to remember the time and age that we're living in, that we're dealing with fucking women. You never admit. Your mama ever apologized to you? Okay, then. So these bitches ain't gonna say it wrong either.
Near the end of her life, but that's about it.
Near the end of her life.
Yeah, my mom does a lot of apologizing now, and she's in her 70s.
Well, my mother ain't hit that point
yet. Near the end of their lives, yeah. I started to win arguments, so yeah.
I started to win. Something must have changed.
Like, something must have changed.
I don't know. I guess that's what we're gonna be waiting on with them at Lucas, because if it's not females directly, it's female thinking, and they will not just say, "Look, we fucked up," and that would be the most masculine thing they could do for the fan base. Look, we fucked up. We're gonna try to get this shit right.
But that's the other thing. The culture keeps on leaning in because, like, everybody knows I watch a lot of anime. The trope that I'm getting so tired of in anime, number one, is the superhero who's super shy, who's awkward around women, and the superpowered female shit. I'm just like, dude, okay, she's gonna go there and abuse the dude and all this other shit. I'm like, okay, I like fan service, but give me an interesting story like anime used to do. Which they got a lot of interesting stories. It's not. I'm not saying that, but you got to watch those in sub.
Yeah,
dub stories. Ugh.
If I was watching anime right now, I'd be looking for the influences. Where are the new influences coming from? And if our culture is seeping into their stuff, or are they parodying our culture in their stuff to appeal to us?
Yeah,
that's what I would look for. It's like, because I don't like this shit here. If you keep injecting this newer shit that I don't like, I'm gonna keep going back like I did last week and watching the old shit.
Yeah,
because that's just where I get to. Now I understand why older people, when I was a kid, would watch old ass shows. I'm like, why are they watching Gunsmoke still? What the fuck? It ain't even in color. No, because you can get locked into your error, or just understanding that where this culture is now is not what you enjoy. It's not what you like. It's not damn entertaining to you. And I'm sure stuff that I like, older people thought was trash. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. But watch it, they'd see it was kind of awesome. And sometimes I was able to get that leeway. But most of the stuff right now is garbage.
Interestingly enough, it's the Chinese that's putting out good shit now. I mean,
they got the money.
They got the money.
I guess that's where the quality comes from, where you spend the money.
Yeah, and they went their own way with it. So, a lot of this shit with, the women looking like men and all this with the square jaws, it was the Chinese who broke that shit. They was like, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, I don't need a square jaw chick. That's not, no, it doesn't work for me.
Well, they have to be quote unquote inclusive.
Yeah, Chinese ain't worried about none of that shit.
Look, a block chinned ass chick is not inclusive to anything.
No.
Nope. No, it's not.
No, the Chinese understood the assignment. They was like, wait a minute, this is what sold, so we're just going to do what the Westerners were already doing. Forgot how to do. I'm like,
apparently, they the only ones remember that shit. Like, we're going to do what sells.
Yeah,
because we want to make money. So,
and they got a good funding program for their developers under the communist regime, but they don't seem to be complaining about it.
Don't seem to be. They seem to be raking in the profit too.
Raking in the profit, and the way that they talk to their developers, like, what was it? The guy who made Stellar Blade. If you read the stories on the director of that game, and people were, the Westerners were complaining and calling him a sexist and shit like that, but he was saying, "I want to come all over this project."
Oh goodness gracious, man!
That is definitely male.
That's
what looks like Anthony
unapologetically.
Yeah.
Mackey gonna save American masculinity.
No shit. That's where it went, huh? Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. It's a video game for those of you who don't know. It's the only IP to get away with having 2 R's in its title and actually being a good addition to the franchise. Shout out to Cyrus. Why are you trying to prove me wrong, man? Look, things suck, okay? But appreciate you. I will give you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
Funny as fuck. Look, you know, they keep somebody at some of these companies actually has a thesaurus, so they're looking up their R words all of a sudden. Like something that means bring back with an R. Because we can't say return because they already did that in Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. You gotta find something else.
I like the old CEOs. Have you heard about? You probably heard about Artisan. They would just make a movie just to see what works.
Yes,
I love that.
What was the 80s?
Yep.
Bunch of crap that was not sequel minded. They just did a movie. Sounds like a good idea. Fuck it, let's do it. This might be okay. Let's try this. I saw a lot of movies growing up that were just one-offs, that were awesome, but just one-offs. They weren't made with this whole we need a trilogy, we're building a franchise idea in mind. Where that works, I'm kind of okay with it, but it doesn't need to be everywhere. Sometimes just focus on getting this one right.
Well,
leave a little bit of threads if you can move it forward, but focus on getting one. Go ahead, Black.
Justice alone for that. I think with the Rocky, both with Rocky and the Rambo series, he really was the sort of progenitor of this sort of franchising of that great initial movie concept. Not that there weren't other. I mean, you had several. Obviously, you had Godfather 1 and Godfather 2. You had Star Wars trilogy, although that was sort of even written in the idea of it was going to be 3 movies just to make it all work. But Stallone kind of made this whole sort of franchising of the movie thing, a thing. And it became very commercial. The Rambo dolls and the Rocky doll, just became this whole machine, this commercial machine, and very lucrative. And the other people in the business sort of followed suit from there.
Yeah, him and his crew, the Planet Hollywood crew, him, Schwarzenegger, Bruce Willis.
Those guys.
Will Smith did it in his way with his movies. That's why he can't. You'll see another Men in Black and he'll be in the shit. And if he's not going to be in it, they really don't want them to do it. Bad Boys, shit like that. I'm fine with actors kind of like owning their work like that because to me, I look at it like a musician owning his master.
Yeah.
You can go back to it if you want to. If it's a character that you've enjoyed playing, you really like it, you're synonymous with that character, I'm fine with it. Vin Diesel does it with Riddick. I watch a Riddick movie today.
I like Riddick.
Because I like the character of Riddick. Yeah. I'm fine with that, But some of this other stuff where they just go in and they're just, we're going to try to turn this into a whole franchise and a whole IP. It's like, that means you never had an idea one time, let alone 3 times down the road. It's like some stuff like, what was it, last year before, when I saw Furiosa, I determined that Mad Max needs to stop. They need to stop. I'm sick of it now. I'm not interested in it anymore. I'm not interested in that kind of post-apocalyptic bullshit anymore. And Furiosa was so bad, it made me go back and watch the original Mad Max movies all the way through. It's like, you know what? This shit ain't got nothing to do with none of the rest of this. I'm done. Punching out.
You think about the series mostly only works when you have a truly great male and even rather masculine character. your Schwarzenegger characters, your brute, John McCain, obviously Rambo. It really only works when you have such a strong masculine character, that just sort of survives and endures. Otherwise you got to do all this other kind of stuff to make up for, in my view, for the lack of that.
I think the exception to that was Ripley.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's a great actually example of great exception. Right.
Yeah. There's characters like that. Like you'll say, the big two, Ripley and Sarah Connor. You'd watch Sarah Connor in another movie if she's going to be, bucking people and fighting. But you can see that there's only a few female characters that are written well enough that you want to see sequels of them going on. Like, as much as the MCU would like Ms. Marvel to be that character, she ain't it. Mm-hmm. But if you told me there was another Underworld movie coming out, I would watch Celine again.
Oh yeah, she was.
Oh yeah, I would definitely watch.
Yeah.
Even though I haven't completely enjoyed the more recent films, I would still watch it because I do think that was a very strong character that she was. Yeah.
Right. So that's just in essence to the writing on the character and the character being portrayed. And it's a female character. I wouldn't give a shit about that.
Yeah,
it was a good character.
Last weekend I went through Kill Bill again.
Yeah,
that was a good character.
That is a good character.
But I like what I do love about, because what makes those female characters work has always been there was always a child link to those characters. Mm-hmm. Like, with Aliens work. I mean, granted, I would have loved to see Ripley go back, which she did, but what really grounded her was finding Newt. Mm-hmm. We all know that. And then, of course, when you went to the next movie, what grounded her again was the fact that she was pregnant with another alien and she was mourning over Newt. Mm-hmm. And so Sarah Connor, she was grounded by her son, John Connor, and what he was supposed to be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, it's such an easy thing to write because those are the things that when looking at this female character, it was like, well, she's doing all this shit, but what's keeping her grounded? Mm-hmm. Like, that's her tether. I'm not saying that has to happen. I mean, because it wasn't that way with Celine. Mm-hmm. Celine was
with Celine, it was more it's child, but it's reversed because it's about that father father figure. Because remember in the first movie, she was completely down with Victor, right?
Yep.
Until she found out what was going on with Victor.
What Victor had done to her family.
Yeah, what Victor did to her family. Like, okay. That's kind of messed up, Vic.
Victor was one of the coldest villains. I love Victor because he would just like he would shut you up just by going.
Yeah.
Shut up, motherfucker.
Clicking them fangs together. Like,
I was like, woo, this motherfucker.
Yeah.
I like Marcus in the second version.
Marcus was crazy.
I like Marcus too.
Yeah, Marcus was something else. Marcus didn't have that chill factor.
Not at all.
He was ready to go as soon as he showed up. He was ready, like, about to kill all of y'all. Tell me something to stall me. Because you're definitely going. Yeah,
the Lycan brothers, oh my gosh. That was an interesting arc. That was what made the Underworld series work. That whole vampire werewolf thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That link between them.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. The link between the two. They took it a little far afield when they introduced the female, the child into that one. So the first three, solid trilogy. And I will say this to this day: you can watch that trilogy from beginning to end in a loop and be entertained the whole time you're watching it, because it's written that well, and the story matches up. If you watch those three together.
And Kevin Goureau had his hand in it. I'm like, man,
that's his writing.
That's it. Man, that's
and he was good in those movies. He had a very strong character In the first movie, I think he appeared in the third movie too, right?
Yes, he was in the third movie. Yep.
Yeah.
The third is what gets you into Underworld, and if you watch through them, the way the third movie ends leads you right into the first movie. Then you can watch it all the way through again and get something else.
So it's like a loop.
Yep. Perfect loop. It's a perfect trilogy in that sense. It's not a linear story. It's a circular story that feeds back on itself.
Yep.
So, perfect loop.
Yeah, I think some of those, like, because when Black Guru was talking about Rambo, I think the first Rambo was supposed to be a one-off.
Mm-hmm.
But when we get into like Rocky, should have ended at Rocky 2, but I did like the fact that they went into Rocky 3 because Eye of the Tiger was just great.
Yeah.
So, but after that, I'm like, what's the point?
There's always another fight.
Oh yeah, but I like that.
I like the idea that people have pushed forth now since the Creed movies that the Rocky movies were really about Creed. It's really about Apollo. It should really do Rocky.
Yeah,
Rocky is the main character, but it's really the story of Apollo and the Creed.
It's the legacy of Apollo Creed. It's that whole thing. When you think about it, is a legacy of Apollo Creed.
Right. Even up to the Creed movie. So in that sense, it's fine where you can have characters coming in and characters going out. You just were misdirected about who was the main character that whole time.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when they, in the first Creed movie, when he goes back to where Apollo came, I mean, man, that shit really got me into the fields, man.
Right.
Man. Yeah. Oh, man. That was like that.
Yeah.
The other thing about if you write a good story arc, because that's one thing I'm a fan of, a good story arc. I can sit seasons of shit if you got a good story arc. That's what makes sense.
Me too. We can get to the kernel of goodness when I sit through this shit.
Yeah, that's what made Attack on Titan great. That's what makes Demon Slayer great. That's what all the greats are. A great story arc. You know, even Picard season 3 story arc.
Well, that's the thing. When I talk about like watching Babylon 5 and watching it having 24 episodes, like some episodes in there that aren't as good as some of the other ones.
Right.
But I waded through all that water to get to the payoff that I really like.
And the payoff was great.
The payoff was great. And that's the point. It's like, okay, I'll deal with a little bit of this shit for a while, but you better tie it up. You better tie it together with a good story. If you've done that, awesome. If you didn't, I just got shit over me for no reason. For no reason. A crappy payoff. Thanks a lot.
Mimbari, not born of Mimbar. All the time.
Oh my God. Don't even That's why I said, I was telling you earlier that I watched season 1 again. And I got giddy at certain episodes. And that time travel episode was one of the ones I got giddy about because that story is so good. When it completes, it's so good. It's circular. And it's happened in the series, which ain't even the main story.
Yep.
But it happens in the series. You understand? Like, oh my God, dude, wait a minute. What? Oh, damn, dude. This was too good. Too good.
And there's those small moments too, like when Delin got hair and she was like, "What are you doing with this shit?"
That was the other episode. I watched that episode Thursday night, was laughing my ass off when she said, "Commander Ivanova, could you come to my quarters, please?" Okay, what's going on, Dylan? It's like, what do you do with this? I'm like, oh, she got a bad hair day.
It was such
put on it. I put nothing on it. You didn't moisturize it? Like, no. Like, holy shit, it's gonna be a while, y'all. I can't come to CNC. It's gonna be a while. That was hilarious to me. That was absolutely hilarious.
I like that better than the whole Data trying to become more human, because it sort of fell flat with me even in the Next Generation. But with Delin, she was an alien who had human hair, and she saw it the whole time and never paid attention to it. Now you got it, and it's just like, geez.
Well, what was the other part to that made me that they ended that episode on? She was starting to have these cramping feelings. Like,
that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Now Ivanova got to explain fucking menstrual cycles and shit to her ass in an alien race that don't have those. She don't know what the hell that is. Like, oh my God, this is a grown ass woman. You got to treat her like your 9-year-old daughter. All right, baby, things are gonna be happening soon. And you're gonna have cravings. You're gonna have pains. This is what's actually going on down there.
Yeah, that was a Orson Scott Card moment for me, because that was when he wrote Children of the Mind, when Jane went into the body of Ender's sister, and it was just like, yeah, wait till you begin to feel the excretions. Because you'll know what it's like to be human.
Yeah, you're gonna out of that motherfucker in a minute.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, the farting and the shitting and all this other stuff that we do.
Yep, you're gonna be done with that. Like, you know what? Fuck these humans. Fuck that human shit. All it's cracked up to be. For y'all who don't know, we were talking about Babylon 5, and then he was talking about Ender's Game at the last part. Babylon 5 is one of my favorite shows.
Yes,
absolutely favorite series of all time, and which is why I like J. Michael Straczynski so much and his writing so much. That's 5 seasons. 5 seasons of that shit. And there are stories weaved throughout that whole thing outside of the main story that pay off. And having gone through the whole season before and watching it again now, I'm still seeing the genius of it all these years later, watching it in 2025 and watching that first season to see how many threads he dropped in that first season that paid off down the road, where they pay off down the road in 5 seasons. He leaves no thread untied up.
The telepaths, the Psychor, holy shit!
But that's just my dude, man. Bester made me love the Psychor, man. Cora's mother, man. Cora's mother. These motherfuckers was on it.
Long before they were mudbloods, they were mundanes.
They were mundanes.
Yep. And the sense of superiority that had, it was just like this shit. Hatred with like that sterling crystal. I was like, man, these motherfuckers. Every time he came on screen, you knew some shit was going down.
Be seeing you dead set, like, this motherfucker right here. He did something to you. He did something to you.
They were the best telepaths that I've seen in a series, because they would lay seeds in you that would not take fruit for like years, like they did the Garibaldi.
Sit on it. They would sit on it.
Yeah.
I was on it.
Wow. You
didn't know it happened, and they didn't tell you. They just sat on that shit. They just, we're gonna kick back and let it marinate. Let it marinate, and when we need to, we're gonna activate your ass like a light switch.
Sinister. Sinister.
Talk about playing the long game.
And then the intervention of the shadows, and next you know you have telepaths controlling the ships. I'm sitting back like, I just dropped my coffee at that point. I was like, this dude.
Shadows, what? I said it, I put it in my community tab when I finished season 1. And I had forgotten how quickly we moved into the shadows showing up. Right. And I'm watching season 1, and Morden showed up. It's like, what are you doing here this early? I didn't think he showed up until second season. I'm like, no, he showed up in the first season.
Yep.
The shadows had been working for a while. And I love the Shadow War stuff. The Shadow War stuff was off the hook.
Yep.
Only to be, surpassed or paralleled by the telepath war. That shit was awesome, dude. Them shadows was working the whole time. The whole time. I'm like, damn, that was some good writing, dude.
They had lots of great ideas, like the shadows. What was the race that was opposite of the shadows?
The Vorlons.
The Vorlons. When he came out of his encounter suit and everybody saw the god that was particular to their species, I was like that. And the fact that when he did it, he was in the middle of Babylon 5, where everybody could see him. Because he like, Sheridan has to be saved.
Yeah.
He exposed himself. I said,
and Kosh told him too. Kosh said, if I come out, everybody will know who I am.
Yep.
How do we even know who you are in there? If I show myself, everybody will know.
It spoke to every single race there. I was like, wow.
Every angel, myth, supernatural, whatever, that's what you saw. I said, that is genius, dude.
Genius.
But that's why I was pointing out that the religious iconography in Babylon 5 was there from the beginning, but it's while people complain about it missing from Daredevil, it was there in the beginning in Babylon 5. It was all the way through.
Yeah.
All the way through. I mean, at one point, you think about it, especially we're talking about the shadows. What is the Shadow War other than Fellowship of the Ring? Other than Lord of the Rings. What is it? It's Zahadum is Mordor, motherfucker.
Exactly.
Zahadum it sounds like a bad place anyway. And I think it has some religion, it's a religious name, right? But what is that other than Mordor?
It's the same thing.
It's same shit. But it's good. It's in space. It's fun. It's better than that damn Rings of Power show.
Oh, don't remind me.
Yeah.
2 seasons of that bullshit. Yeah.
The reference needed to be there. Look, we both try. I'm not even watching that shit. I refuse. I just refuse. Fuck that. No, Babylon 5 was a good series. And he started it. He had a plan. He started it and ended it in the plan. A 5-year plan, 5 years in the show. So, like I was talking about the 24 show with Kiefer Sutherland, it's 24 episodes, 1 hour for each show. The whole season is 1 day. Babylon 5, a 5-year plan. Each season is 1 year.
Yep.
And while the 5th season, the shit is over. That's
and
it.
Yeah, the anthology episode when Sheridan became a god in the minds of the people who were living during the time, I was like, he put a fine point on that.
Yep.
Spoke to humanity through and through.
Through and through.
Yep. Y'all need to watch Babylon 5. That shit.
Yeah, y'all need to check that shit out. That's what I said. If the special effects will seem dated. Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can find it on Amazon Prime. They'll make you pay for the seasons though. You find it for free. Check Tubi or something like that.
Well, I think
unless you look on Amazon itself and find the DVDs and stuff like that. It got to be somewhere for free. I just was watching it on Prime because that's where it was showing up. I didn't do an extensive search for it, but it's somewhere for free. I know that. I know that much. But yeah, 5 seasons, 24 episodes, good shit all the way through. The special effects will seem dated because it's the first generation of CG effects for television. First show using that shit in '94. So take it as it is. At the time, it was revolutionary. Star Trek started using it later, but it is the story. Like, who am I enjoying watching right now? Jakar and Londo.
Londo Malari.
Londo Malari, boy. Londo is a dude. And Jakar. Londo and Jakar's story is like, it's like paying off the story with Cersei and Jaime. It's like that to me. Like these two characters get a payoff to their story at some point. And where they come in and they're bitter enemies. By the end, you see where they are. Like, man, they actually understand each other. And we've been through 5 years with these characters. These motherfuckers learned about each other.
Yeah, the way that those two characters grew was. I mean, every time they were on screen, especially when Malari was trying to save Jakar when the Emperor was tearing his ass up.
Yeah,
it's like, oh,
just cry out, just cry out, Jakar. Nope. Jakar was giving him that glory moment, like with the Denzel. Like, nigga, I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying shit. Like, just cry out. Nope. Yeah. 15 lashes and he'll die, Malari. Just cry out, Jakar. He wasn't saying shit.
On the 9th one, he cried out though.
Yep.
That was painful.
I stopped it at 9.
That shit was painful to hear though.
It was.
He was such a proud character.
He was proud as fuck. Yeah, those are well, and take this into mind, you guys. While we're talking about these characters are so good, these characters ain't fighting. They ain't jumping around doing flips and nothing like that. They not always out in starships fighting and none of this shit. This is just acting. It's just acting and dialogue. These characters are beloved characters for the performances that the actors were giving. That's it. Because I was thinking about the show, for the most part, Most of the show, it's just characters standing around talking.
Exactly.
They're just standing around talking.
But the events in which they're talking about and they're engaged in, that's what
exactly.
makes it
that's where the drama and everything comes in. Like, man, what the fuck is going to happen here? You got this going on, the station about to blow up, the planet about to go to. You want this personal shit right now, man? Fuck you. We got serious shit going on.
Yeah, you felt the tension when, Ivana was in CNC and she's like, what the fuck now?
She pissed off like something coming through the jump gate. Oh, what the hell now? Like, I'm with you, Ivana. Who the fuck is this? Oh, you showing up with a warship right now? Man, we ain't got time for this. Blast doors up, armed and defense cannons. We ain't got time for this.
And it's one of those shows that you did not know who you were rooting for sometimes. Because sometimes I was rooting for the Minbari, and then like, I'm human. I want to root for the humans, but y'all just doing some dumb shit right now.
You're just doing some dumb shit. Like, where do we end? Well, we're season 2. What was it? What was the president? President Santiago?
Santiago, yep.
Thought we was all having a good time with this human shit, right? Like, what the fuck just went on, bro? What just happened? Oh, yeah, we got some revolts happening on Mars. What is y'all doing?
You got presidents suspending the Constitution.
Look, this shit is hitting different right now. I'm glad more liberals ain't watching this shit. Like, this shit.
Yeah. And then you got Sheridan revolting because it was like, no, we stand alone now. And the Minbari show up and say, we gonna protect this motherfucker.
Watching that again and getting that back invested in the story and knowing where it goes to get to those points, like, dude, that is huge. Especially like he succeeds. That is a huge moment for what Sheridan was pulling, man. That motherfucker had balls. That nigga had balls that couldn't have came through the gate. Okay. Holy shit, those things came through one at a time. Like, he might have showed up on the Agamemnon, but his balls were showing up after him. 2 jumps back. Like, Jesus. That was nuts.
And the pushback he got during that time from the captains of those ships was genuine. Yeah, it's like, you skating on thin ice, Sheridan. Oh no, that's rich. Their loyalties were split, and you saw it. It was. Look, I can't say enough good about Babylon 5 because I'm like you. I'm like, bro, I can talk about this shit all day.
Yeah, I can talk about this all day. If me talking about it and Dead Set sitting up here, and you seeing us, hearing the excitement in our voices about stuff that we saw in this series. Is not enough to make you, give it a sampling. That's what I always say. Just try a little bit of it. If you don't like it, you ain't got to go back to it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
If it ain't for you, it's not for you.
Yeah, it's on Tubi.
I still have not watched the Barbie movie. Will I watch it eventually one day? I don't know. Maybe if I fall on my head or some shit. But me not wanting to watch it don't mean it wasn't good to somebody else. Enjoy it. That's what it's there for. I don't have to like it for you to enjoy it. It's cool.
That's like some movies I have to watch accidentally. It's on, I'm sitting in front, and I just don't feel like changing the remote. I'll watch it.
Yeah, that's like, fuck it. Yeah, it's on. Yeah. I'll watch it, see what this shit is about. Yeah, that's me. I'm not the biggest one to find B movies. Like, Black Bane will find good B C-list movies that I would never have looked at. He finds that shit like, oh, I was watching this. You should check this out. Like, how'd you even find this shit?
Don't talk about Arthur Itmore like that, man.
Yeah, and Arthur Itmore is the other one. He find the C and D list movie. I was getting to him because I would have never found Rubber. I would have never found Rubber. He found that shit, brought it to me, and I watched it. Okay, this is shit.
This tire.
Telepathic tire. In
tire
love
blowing people's head off, man. That was
funny. So they're watching this shit like, these motherfuckers really just had a handheld camera and filmed a tire rolling in the dirt.
I like that idea.
You got money for this. Holy shit. What up, Beastly Nerd? What's good with you?
What's going on, Beastly?
Beastly.
The beast is up. And appreciate Beast. Let me give you.
Oh, yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hit a click. Oh, yo,
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to put that Supercell in there.
Is that Scorpion? But
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. You
Did
know,
anybody make
come on, man. I
so
got to put Scorpion up there. Come on. There's just certain things have to happen. Punisher, Ghost Rider, Spawn, Scorpion got to show up somewhere for me.
Get over here. Yeah.
Yep, it got to show up somewhere for me. It just has to. That's just what it is.
Do you know if they're making another season of Supercell?
They better be.
Yeah.
I heard that they were.
Okay, because I heard that. I mean, I vaguely heard that they was going to be putting a little bit of money behind it this time.
Yeah, that's what I had heard. So it better be coming out. I was just watching the news today. They was talking about they had somewhat of a cure for not Supercell, but sickle cell for this little kid out here.
Oh, really?
That's doing his bone marrow or something like some shit like that. That they used his bone marrow and did some kind of grafting that made it start growing new cells and shit like that. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Y'all gonna ruin my show. Right. So it was on the news out here this morning. I should have paid closer attention.
I'm gonna have to look.
But I figured you look that shit up. Apparently they might have a cure. And it's a little black boy. So obviously you got sickle cell.
Obviously somebody gonna turn it into something racist.
Well, maybe they'll turn it into the Supercell thing where we start getting really do start getting powers.
Yeah.
Look at Malika. Yes, there's going to be a second season of Supercell. Look, you know Malika on that show because he gave you one sentence. Yes, and it's coming. Yeah.
I watched that because I don't have Netflix. So I was over at my step grandfather's house and he does. And I was like, black superheroes. I'm always down for that.
Shit, you should have told me. I'd lynch you my password to watch that shit. I was trying to get as many people as I could to watch Supercell. Like, hell no, you got to watch this. Look, if you watched any of that other shit that's out there right now, anything from the MCU, DC, fucking Lucasfilms, and you didn't find it appealing, you need to watch Supercell.
Man, I had black people in DC calling it garbage, and I was like, "Oh, that's your opinion."
Garbage.
Yeah.
Compared to what?
Two people that I was talking to, they would have said something like, Ben Affleck's Daredevil was great, and I didn't even argue the point. I was like,
there's a caveat on that. Ben Affleck's Daredevil, theatrical version of that Daredevil is trash. But if you watch the director's cut, it's a whole better movie, completely different movie.
I never seen
the way to understand is like my boy Zach would say, you get to see all the scenes of Coolio that they cut out to see what was going on with his character about that case, why he ended up in that train station and shit like that. That's where all the plot went. They cut it all out for the theatrical version. That's what studios are known for before you got to the MCU and shit. They would take comic book movies. It might be a decent movie, but the studio wants a different movie, so they go through and edit a bunch of shit out of it and make that piece of shit that showed up in the theater. And you'd be like, man, that sucked. And then you watch the director's cut. It's like, why didn't they put this out? This was a movie.
Sort of like what they did with Justice League. Yeah.
Studio.
Oh, don't get me started. They wasted billions of dollars.
And that was Warner Brothers. That's why I don't look at Warner Brothers or Sony without the side eye. Like, oh, they did something good. Wait for it. I still know who they are. I still remember what they good for. No, I ain't buying anything. Yeah, it was all right. What they gonna do next? Matt Webb.
Because I haven't lived in England, and then seeing, with Supercell, seeing them, sort of take off like that, I was like, yeah, these them Brixton niggas. Yeah.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
Look at JT saying it. DD director's cut is fire. I have been summoned. Yeah. Talking about Daredevil. Get JT showing up. Yeah. He is a Daredevil fan.
Yeah.
He is a devotee. His den of debauchery is Daredevil shit. No. That's where it is. You have to find a director's cut of that Ben Affleck Daredevil, or you can watch the first couple of minutes of Daredevil Born Again.
Do they got it? Oh, Daredevil Born Again. See, I already dropped Disney, so I still ain't went and got gift cards for that shit.
You ain't missing out yet.
Okay.
You ain't missing out yet. Except maybe Andor, because that's coming this week, next week.
What? The new Andor?
Season 2.
Okay, now say no more. I'm going to get my gift cards because Andor was
second and final season.
Oh man.
Yeah, so we're gonna see how a condensed story gets done in this, because that's all they're doing. They're taking the whole story that they had, condensing it down to that one season, and that's it. So we'll see how that turns out.
Oh boy.
But I'm not overly worried because I have simple questions I need answered, and I have simple things I want to see. One, I want to find out more about Luthen to see if I'm right about him being a Jedi who escaped the Purge,
Right.
Took on a new identity, whatever the fuck. And I got to know where Kino is.
Right.
It's my biggest question. I got to know where Kino Loy is. I really do want to know where the hell is Kino, man? Where is he at? I'm not even worried about K2SO too much. Like, yeah, he gonna show up. No big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I got to know where Kino is. And if I know where Kino Loy is, One Way Out from the prison episode.
Right. I remember that.
Yeah, I got to see where he is. Did he actually get off of there or not? He didn't know how to swim.
Right.
So is he still in prison? What the fuck? I got to know where he is, dude. I'm worried. I'm invested. I'm invested.
Yeah, because Andor, it's interesting that it's the stories without the lightsabers nowadays that are the best.
Mm-hmm.
And that was great writing in Andor. Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, some devotees will not overly like Andor because they say it's not fun, and then there's no Jedi, and it doesn't really feel like Star Wars. And my thinking is, look, man, it's still in that universe, and all the stories in Star Wars aren't fun, because if you listen to the stuff they was talking about that's been circulating recently this week about what George wanted to do with Underworld and stuff like that, and it would have changed the franchise, and Disney wouldn't have bought it, and all the rest of that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was Underworld fun? Ask yourself that question. Because the same people who say Andor wasn't fun, so it wasn't really Star Wars, are all hot and bothered over the fact that George had created this Underworld show that if he released it, Disney wouldn't have bought it. Okay, Underworld wasn't going to be fun either. So what's your fucking issue?
Yeah.
Star Wars can be both of those. It can be fun in some parts and absolutely depressing in some other parts. Because if you think about it as a person in that goddamn galaxy, I think life is pretty depressing all the time. You still got slavery.
Exactly.
That Jedis don't acknowledge.
Because Jedis can't be everywhere at one time.
No, they can't be everywhere at one time.
Sometimes Jedis are worse than the Sith. Oops.
Exactly.
Well, like my favorite line from the books, like Dala was saying, like every Sith that we have ran across that have plunged the galaxy into a war was a Jedi. So you know what? If we don't have any Jedis, we ain't got to worry about no Sith. She got a point. I'm just saying. She got a point, and that's military. She's just an Imperial. That's it. That's just calculations. Like, you know what? If we don't have any Jedis, we ain't got to worry about Sith. So you put this leash on and sit your ass down, or we gonna wipe all of you out. How about that?
Yeah, and there was a sense also. I hadn't read that many of the books, but in what was it? In I think it was Boba Fett. I remember they were doing the inspections because it was almost this little rebellion. Once they got power, they were turning into a big bureaucracy, just like the Empire.
Worse than the Empire. Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody think you can do it better until you have to wear that crown.
You actually have to govern. Yep.
Yeah. Then when you have to govern, you start falling into some of these same things. They were just tyrants, and they just wanted tax money and all the rest of this shit. All right, you in charge. You need to pay this, and this. How you gonna get this money? How can we? The government doesn't actually have a job. No, we just raise taxes and shit. I guess we got to raise taxes.
But that's what made Padme a good character, though,
Mhm.
because when she became senator and when she was the queen of Naboo, you sort of saw that she was a compassionate leader,
Mhm.
and it was just like, okay, she cares about everybody. And I mean, yeah, Star Wars. I mean, that first one, what's that? Episode 1 had its moments, especially when she kneeled before the what's it called, the
Gungan.
underwater people,
The Gungan.
the Gungan. When she kneeled before, yeah, and I was like, okay, that was a good part.
Mhm.
Because, like, okay, instead of biting back, she was just like, no, wait a minute, we need these people, so
Yeah,
we got to kneel before them. That's what we're gonna do.
That's why.
Be humble, bitch. Bow down. Be humble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't get me started. I hate Star Wars fans sometimes. That was not a bad movie.
No, episode 1 wasn't that bad. It was just kiddie shit that I didn't like.
Mhm.
I wish they would have taken a more serious role with Anakin.
Jar Jar was a little annoying, but yeah, but overall that was not a bad movie. I didn't really care for the second one, but then Disney got a hold of the property, and the rest is history.
Yeah, the second one I actually liked because for me it was having grown up with the original trilogy. That was the first time I seen that many Jedi on the screen. That shit was awesome.
That is true. That is true.
Awesome to me. You cannot take that away from me. I don't give a fuck what anybody thought the rest of the movie was. Look, man, I saw a black Jedi for the first time actually fighting, understanding why Boba Fett hate fucking Jedis.
Yep.
He just watched his daddy get just one hand decapitated
Yep.
by the black Jedi, master of the order.
Yep.
Look, I saw a bunch of other Jedis out there on the field fighting. I got to see Yoda, giving his former Padawan a little talking to. You got to see the difference between a Jedi Knight and a Sith Master.
Yep.
Really quickly. Like, bruh, look, you talk about power scaling. You saw it in that show. You understood who was where.
Yep.
Anakin, you need to sit your ass down, dude. Duke away fucking with you, bro. You got to see different styles of lightsaber combat, just the different forms, and how they match up and how they don't.
Yeah,
dude, that gave me a lot.
You want to know what my favorite form is?
What's that?
Style 2, Dooku.
Yeah, Dooku style. Cereso?
That's my favorite form.
Yeah,
without mixing in with Anakin's form, yeah, but Dooku style, that's my favorite form.
Dooku was working them, boy. He was working there. Saber combat. That's it. The straight saber combat.
What I really enjoyed about that movie was the build up. Because remember when they were getting chained and being moved into the arena? That score, Anakin's and Padme's love theme.
Yeah.
I was sitting back like, man, this shit is epic.
Yeah.
Some shit about to go down.
Yeah, they're about to go to their death, but this is awesome.
And she just said she loved them. So we see in that scene like the coming of Leia and Luke, and all of this is come to this crescendo, and then next you get the explosion of the Jedi showing up in.
Well, like AB had mentioned before, look, Padme finally admitted the truth when she thought she was about to die.
Yep.
I love you, Anakin. Like, now you tell me, bitch. Oh, we gotta survive now. Now we gotta survive.
Yeah. The only thing that I really hated was the build up to that love moment was so juvenile. I was like, Anakin, you ain't got no game whatsoever, dude. Just shut up.
But that's why I say if I want to shit on George Lucas for something, he looks at love in a very childlike way.
Yeah.
That's it. Like the love story, I could say the love story was kind of goofy. Like, oh, come on, man, you making me giggle now. Like, oh, God. Like, how old are you, George? Really? Like, but other than that, the rest of the movie was solid. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, the rest of the movie was solid. I guess it was the love stuff that kind of
that's what drug it down.
Yeah, thinking about it's not my planet is rough and dry and it's not soft like it is here. He's touching. I'm sitting back like, dude, really?
Bro,
call you a creep.
Yeah. Hey, he grew up on Tatooine. He don't know how to talk to no bitches. You need to get further from the realm, man. Get closer to the core.
Doesn't help he's raised by the Jedi after that, so he doesn't help him.
He should have stayed on Tatooine because I know there's some pimps on Tatooine.
Gotta be.
Gotta be.
Jabba there.
Yeah.
Jabba got dancing girls and shit. Come on, man. Twilight leaks all over the place. You gotta talk to somebody.
He would say, hey, come here, little master. Let me show you something.
Skywalker, let me show you something.
If that bitch don't do what they tell you to do, you can feed her to this goddamn Rancor beast.
Right. What if she don't listen? Well, that's why we got the Rancors. That's the Rancors are for. No evidence. Nobody going in a Rancor mouth to find out what went down.
Yeah, I think there was,
shit either. No.
There was a lot of missed opportunity with the love theme. They should have had somebody else write that shit.
Yeah, so get his wife. People want to say his wife helped him write some of that shit. Okay, well, she should have did the love story part. What happened? Fell down on her job because that was a little goofy, but the rest of that stuff, come on, man. No, there was too many. It was too many awesome fights in that. It was too much drama that you like. Shit, you even got a Jedi going up against a Mandalorian.
Yep.
Come on, man, and seeing how that played out, and that was just Django.
That was a good fight. Yeah, that was
just Django. Like you didn't had nothing for him. That lightsaber didn't make the difference. It did not make the difference. Like he was giving you work. Like, look, I've been waiting forever as a kid to see Boba Fett shoot that rocket off his backpack. Django shot that bitch.
He shot it. Yep.
He blew that boy up. Like, God damn, that's what they do. Oh, God damn, you better run, Obi-Wan.
I think that the first episodes 1 through 3, that's when they really brought out the lightsaber choreography because up to that point, it wasn't nothing close to that.
Right. I would dare say that I can't confirm this to be sure that the different forms of lightsaber combat didn't even get developed until after
after the movie,
second movie, until after Empire. People will really start writing those novels and getting into that shit that they developed that shit. So that's why it was a big deal to see it on screen. For the first time in those prequel series, even seeing different lightsabers, like Maul showing up, a double-bladed dick. Like, nigga, what? They come in twos? Holy shit!
Well, you see the other place, I was like, wait, what? Wait, hold on, wait a minute. That's not right.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
Look, that score was so good that I bought it. I bought the audio score because it was just like when Maul ignited that other side and you heard that. Background.
Like, oh shit.
I still listen to that to this day. Duel of Fates.
Duel of Fates, man. That score.
Duel of Fates. I think everybody, especially the younger ones, bought that soundtrack. That was probably one of their first soundtracks that they bought.
Episode 3 has some
the score. Not the soundtrack, the score for the damn movie, and just own that. Like, nope, I got the movie and the soundtrack. Yeah, Duel of the Fates is classic. Like, that shit was awesome. Yeah, it was fire. The fight and the score. Like, shit.
Another good score is when Darth Vader is tearing up the Separatists. That is epic.
Yeah, Vader. I think that was a Vader's thing. Yeah, he was in pain, baby. He was in pain. That was the first time, at least you saw it on screen, what happens when people start going to the dark side and their eyes change.
Yep.
Seeing because turn around, you see them Sith eyes, like, oh.
See them Sith eyes pop out, boy. Like, that's not good. Everybody else see that? That's a problem. That's a huge problem right there.
Yeah, that's like when you're talking to normies about this shit. It was, and we're telling them that the Force, when used badly, can actually disintegrate your body and shit. And people, it's like, man, that don't even make sense. So it's like, okay,
affects your body.
It's like,
affects your body. And you think about somebody like Palpatine, who his eyes be on point all the time.
Oh yeah,
Sidious always got his eyes on high beam.
And they couldn't understand.
Be talking all smooth to you and shit. Like, no, there's many ways.
And that actually made a difference in the last episode of The Mandalorian when you see Luke going through the droids. You look at the style like, oh shit, that really is Darth Vader's son.
Yeah, because you see the movements.
You're like, holy shit, that is Darth Vader's son. Damn. Especially the way he was crushing them droids, like.
Well, because you think about where he is in the timeline. This is right after, like a year or two after Return of the Jedi. He's just out there by himself right now.
Yep.
motherfucker might be skirting the dark side a little bit. You don't know. But what you see is like, man, that's Force Crush. What the hell you doing? Jedis don't do that. Well, he the only Jedi, so who gonna tell?
Exactly.
You don't know what's going on with Luke exactly at that time necessarily. He could be using some of all of this.
Also, the deal with Anakin has proven that attachment, Jedi being separated from attachment does not work.
Mm-hmm. It works to make them Sith.
That's true. It does.
Don't work to keep them on the light side. No.
Nope.
It ain't the best way going to keep them on the light. You're gonna have to give them something to hold on to. And I like that Luke kind of figured that, cracked the code on that. Like, you know what? We can have families.
Yeah, that's one thing that I was glad to see that they fleshed out a little bit, because that dance between light and dark, there's so much esoteric room there for to be like. That's why the ideas of the Gray Order. I would like to see more of that.
Yeah. That's. I can't remember who was it that asked me that last week about my thoughts on the Great Jedi and shit, and I broke down why I don't necessarily like that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But because anybody who is not ascribed to one of these faiths, be it Sith or Jedi, are gray. They all Force users. We don't need to have a whole nother classification for that shit. They're just Force users. That's what it's called. That's just who you are.
Yeah, I sort of see that as sort of like a rebellion in itself. Like, don't bring your ass over here. We don't want that shit. Leave your extremes over there, okay?
Leave your extremist philosophies over there. We're going to use the Force over here like we feel like using it.
Yeah, and I would think that there would probably be some factions that would want to protect that liberty.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, when I think about the Jedi now, it's like, wait a minute, they're coming for your kids, and the Republic says they got a right to come and take them.
Yep,
that's some bullshit.
They on some CPS shit. We just come to take your kids. Like, the fuck? Why? Well, we sense the divergence in your child. Your child seemed pretty strong in this Force situation, so we just gonna come pick them up. Get the fuck out of here. Who said they even want that shit? Well, they need to be trained, or they could be a problem. Apparently, they could be a problem if you train them.
That's the irony.
They could be a bigger problem if you train them. Maybe this kid don't need to get trained. Maybe they need to just focus on making, credit chips float. Leave it at that.
I would like to see a damn story of one of the parents who became a Sith because the Jedi took their kid.
No shit.
That would be interesting.
Dude, that is an origin story of a villain. That took my child.
Yeah, I would like to see a story on my favorite Sith Lord. And you probably don't know who she is now, Darth Treya.
Yeah,
Darth Treya single-handedly proves that Kathleen Kennedy is full of shit.
Like we all didn't prove that. Go ahead.
It don't take much to prove that.
Yeah, explain.
Because Darth Treya is a female, and she's a strong Sith character.
Mm-hmm.
And in Old Republic, that's one of the best story arcs I've ever seen.
Yeah, I never played the Old Republic. I still never played the Old Republic.
Nah, I never played Old Republic either. I played
Old Republic 2 is the blackest pill Star Wars story I've ever seen.
But that's the isn't that the massive on the MMO?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never played the MMO.
No, this is before. Old Republic 2 is before the MMO.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Because the only one I played was Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm talking about Knights of the Old Republic 2.
Okay, so I know what you're talking about then. Yeah, she was the one who trained Revan.
Yeah, she was the one trained Revan.
But I mean, they got because they're redoing Knights of the Old Republic anyway. That's supposed to be
supposedly. I keep hearing they're delaying it.
They need to keep delaying it until they get somebody out of there. Because I'm sorry, they coming for what you love, AB.
I'm sure.
You got a handful of petroleum jelly in their pants. Coming for your Knights of the Old Republic. They ain't done yet.
Oh my gosh!
I just know what Knights of the Republic.
Kept ball in one hand and jelly in the other. Good
Man, all I
Lord.
know is I played through Knights of the Old Republic 2 once as a Jedi. Man, second playthrough, I'm like, man, fuck, I'm killing all you motherfuckers.
See, I ain't got it in me to play like that. I mean, there are some stories like when I play Mass Effect, I'm gonna be Paragon. That's just how it's gonna be. But when I play through it honestly, because I'll do an honest playthrough.
I'll do
and I can never be Paragon.
Look, Mass Effect, I know this for the most part because that was one where you could see that like leaning a little bit to that side. I'm mostly Paragon, but I got some renegade tendencies.
Yeah.
I just do. It's just what it is, man. I got some tendencies.
I am Paragon until I get to Tachanka. When I get to Tachanka, people getting headbutting, programs are getting set on fire. I do not get because I ain't fucking around with you. I know how y'all operate. I ain't fucking around.
Yeah, for me, it's just situational. It's just situational. Like maybe not. Maybe I don't know. You pissed me off. This level was a little bit difficult, and I don't like your storytelling about this character. Maybe some different shit gonna happen. Like fuck them.
It's just at the end, like okay, Mass Effect 2, which I'm going to say is by far the best one in the franchise for me. Anyway.
Without doubt.
Yeah. When you get to the end, and I forgot what the name of that race was. But at the end, when you need all those characters, it's just like, no. My second playthrough, I was like, no, I'm saving everybody because I want to see y'all do what it do.
Yeah, first playthrough, like you're saying, if I know I have to play through it more than once, yeah, I'll try to be decent. I'll be mostly Paragon. I have some tendencies, but it's mostly Paragon. If I'm playing through the second time,
and the honest playthrough, the second one is just like, no, you gotta die.
We gonna go dark, man. Like, we just gonna have to see what it's gonna turn out like. I'm just.
I know
saying.
one thing: the console always dies on my first playthrough when I played the first one.
That's why I bought this shit on Steam. I needed a mouse and keyboard. I was like, no, my shots are going to be sniper accurate.
Sniper accurate.
Yes.
Sniper accurate now.
And I'm glad we got Beastly in here since y'all mentioned that to me. So it made me remember something. Sniper accurate. Beastly, you're going to have to tell me because I'm in Georgia without my PS5.
Uh-oh.
Did they release Blaze on that rival shit? On the Blood Moon, because that would have been perfect. Y'all don't know astrological shit. The Blood Moon was yesterday, day before. Right?
Oh, I missed it.
Real astrology, right? Total lunar eclipse or whatever, right? And I was thinking about it. I'm like, they better not have released that character on this damn Blood Moon because that was kind of the background in the game. I'm like, I'm here. I can't even get that shit. Watch I get back home. The motherfucker will be locked up again. I can't even get the character after I already did all that work. He said, no, not yet. Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm relieved. I'm just missing some other shit that happened. I know. I'm going to get back and have fucking 75 goddamn missions to do. Like, oh, you got 75 tasks. You should do those. You can complete those. Like, shit. Okay, I'm just checking. I was just checking because I did too much work to get Blade to not have him yet, and I don't want to be left out. I will be upset. Just saying.
The last time I did a Blood Moon, it was with my first wife, and we laid in the back of her truck all night, just looking at the moon.
Yeah, I need me a stargazing chick that'll get into some shit like that, so it wouldn't be too weird because I'm one for I don't have a truck, so I'll find a baseball field and go take a blanket and lay out in the damn baseball field at night because I'm not afraid to walk around in the dark.
Yeah.
And just lay out there and see what the fuck I see because I do that.
Yeah, because we didn't even have to leave our driveway. We were in Texas, so I just went outside. We got some drinks. We put a blanket down in the bed of the truck, and we sat there and looked at it, chilled out, held hands.
Yeah, that sounds like some Texas shit. We got the truck. We in the back of the pickup. It's just what it is.
It was nice and chilly too. That was the other good thing. Then I had to go to work, but that ain't stop us from getting it in.
No. Go off to work have some breakfast in the back of the truck bed.
It was nice.
Breakfast in the truck bed.
That's the shit that I like for those.
Yeah. Intimacy.
That's
intimacy. It's an inexpensive date.
Inexpensive, and you're looking at something that's bigger than the both of you. It's
yes. So you realize all your little petty bullshit is just that petty bullshit. It's not actually a problem. There's bigger things going on. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and you feel her little breath on your neck, and it's like,
yeah, I'm gonna be late today.
I might have to call in tomorrow because to get real.
I see. I'm going to be late today.
And we had been married 12 years at that point. It was 12 or 13 years.
Yeah.
So, I'm just telling you, brothers, don't forget her. You got to water that garden.
You got to water the garden. Dude, you got to pay your dues sometimes. My buddy used to call it relationship dues. Like, because we were relating everything in union terms, right? You pay your dues.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to pay your damn dues.
And sometimes you enjoy it.
And sometimes you enjoy it. It's beneficial for you. It just keeps everything working right. Yeah. It does. Sometimes you need to water that grass. If you've been neglecting her, which will happen, she's been neglecting you, you might have to stop a little bit. Like, man, it might not even be like you were pointing it out. It's not even you have to spend a bunch of money and do something really extravagant. You just have to do something together so y'all can connect.
Yeah, we're a moment. Something we used to do.
Share a moment. Think of it like you a teenage kid. What would have been awesome to you would have been just spending time with the damn bitch. For her, on her side of it, just spending time with that boy she liked. Would have been it for her. Do that. Because that's the part you get to. The woman is always there, but you have to, in some ways, reach that little girl inside of her, what that little girl inside of her always wanted.
Exactly.
Right. What was her Prince Charming moment? Because, like it or not, if she with you, she figure that's you, nigga. That's you for her right now. So play into that. Lean into it a little bit.
Take off just a little bit. Just you ain't got to do it all the time because if you do it all the time, it's just regular. No.
Yeah, you ain't got a Wilson Fisk and Daredevil Born Again it, but you know, you can lean into that shit a little bit. Yeah. Let her know why she there, why you have her around. It ain't just to fold your underwear.
Yeah. And the last thing you don't want to do is talk yourself out of pussy.
No, you don't. And I've noticed something. I will do that nowadays when I really don't want to be fucking with nobody.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think for me, I did that shit on Valentine's Day. On Valentine's Day, I talked myself out of it on purpose.
Yeah, you do that.
Because it wasn't like I didn't know what I was doing. Like, you're talking too much. You should just shut up and let it happen. No, I'm going to keep talking because I probably don't really want this to happen.
Yeah.
Like this. Look at Trust gave me some money. Artisan is deep in the pocket. Lean in. Yeah.
You got a woman telling y'all. And that's a funny thing because I talked about this about Trust before. She'd be on her panel and she would say something that, she would assert something. And then the dudes would say something off the wall. And I was like, man, she just told y'all what she likes.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Arguing about.
Yeah. No, it's not that, Trust. It's usually this. It's like
she just told you.
Who know a woman better than a woman?
Exactly.
Feminine woman at that. It's not like you're talking to some Bush Dyke.
But it's the same argument that we got. It was like, man, why are these women taking advice from other women? And she just told you what she likes.
About what men like. How do you know?
Yeah.
Especially if they ain't got a man. Appreciate your trust. I will give you the power of many.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
I love it.
Things an acolyte that will live forever.
Oh my god! I like that spoof with Darth Vader doing it in
Oh yeah,
Return of the Jedi one.
Oh, the power of many.
He sings.
I think that's Nerdrotics one. That shit is hilarious. Like, yo, editor, man. Congratulations. God damn. That's better than mine.
I recorded that, and I will go back and listen to that shit. But look at I'm like,
The
damn.
power of one. No. No. Poor man.
No.
Oh, God, that shit was hilarious. I remember when I saw that shit, I was dying. Like, okay.
That's one of those things you rewind over and over again. It's like, I gotta see this shit again.
Where's my screen record? I need that.
Man, that was one of the blackest things I see, because that's the kind of shit that we do.
Yeah, it is.
I don't sit back like, okay, goddamn nerds, got it.
Yeah, it's taking what's out there and having some fun with it. I took one yesterday. I was watching this video on Instagram, and it was a female Secret Service agent talking about some stuff about keys to success. And the first part, she said she has a New York or Boston accent or something like that. And what did she say? She said, first of all, shut the fuck up. Rule number one, shut the fuck up. I said, I'm keeping that. I am keeping that. I will use that wherever I can. I got to put it on the StreamYard. So I recorded that shit. I didn't put it up on the StreamYard yet, but I'm keeping that shit.
Yeah, that's sort of like
rule number one, shut the fuck up. Yep.
Like BGS's Ashy Blokes thing.
Yeah, Ashy Blokes.
Should have never given you Ashley Blokes YouTube. Oh, that never gets old.
Yeah. What's her name from the UK? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Never should have gave you Ashley Blokes YouTube.
Yeah. Was that girl, that chick, the one that everybody was fiending over?
It was a different one.
Okay.
It was a different one. I'm forgetting her name right now. Her name is escaping me right now, but she was cool. That's why she had recorded that for BGS. She was cool. And then the other British one is the one, Trojan Side Boob, who turned that
Trojan Side Boob.
Yeah, Trojan Side Boob, who turned that whole thing into the accent and a thirst trapping icon image into a whole channel.
Yeah. I wasn't feeling her anyway. I was bad like
I was never really feeling her, but yeah.
No, that's why I call it a Trojan Side Boob. Talked all that good shit to y'all to get you over on her channel to throw that shit in the garbage. Just building subs off you bitches.
Because I had been around British chicks too much. I was around them bitches for 4 years, and I already knew that.
Yeah, you lived in Britain, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, I lived there for a while. It was just like something. Right?
I get into languages and accents, and that was part of the allure in Supercell, which is seeing black folks in a different culture with a different accent, right? And then just how they interact and stuff, because their slang is different, because we make up a lot of words. We make up stuff, no matter where we are. So they shit is funny. Like me and JT, we talk about Supercell, and JT love that shit too. He'll start bruh. He'll be throwing the bruvs in there.
Look, man, I thought the most hilarious thing I saw when I first got to England was watching them rap. I was like, good God, that shit is hilarious.
If you never listen to rap from different cultures, especially Britain and stuff like that, or any Asian cultures, you doing yourself a disservice. You need to listen to some of that shit. It's entertaining as fuck. It's entertaining as fuck. You might not understand what the hell they're saying. Maybe you need subtitles. It don't matter. Just listen to it. Just listen to it, because understand what they saying is some meaningful shit to them.
Yes, we listen to like the closing songs for that series, The Warrior. And they rap it in Chinese. I'm sitting back like, yo, listen to this beat.
Yep. Like, you beat it though. What they saying, dude? They're talking about some Thai shit. I'm
sitting like, yo,
I'm like, dude, they're getting it though.
Yeah, they be getting it live like Busta Rhymes. They be going off. I'm like, yo,
like, understand the fact that they up there, they big stars where they are. That is the majors. That's some of the best of they group.
And the other part about it is that they are doing our shit. They over there mimicking us.
Yeah.
So
and they culture.
in the culture.
Yeah, Jessica X is the Trojan side boob.
Yeah, that's her. Yep.
Yeah, but I'm forgetting the one that was on BGS. I'm forgetting what her name is right now because she hasn't been around in a while. But I'm forgetting her name. But Jessica X is the Trojan side boob. She's one of the people that's blocked on this account.
Yeah, I only interacted with
I don't
her.
even think she's on YouTube anymore, but yeah.
No matter, she got a money ran.
I mean, I ain't mad at her for that. If you can run the hustle, hey.
Yeah, she out for presidents to represent her.
Yeah, I interacted with her once on arts panel, and it was about. I remember the conversation we was having. It was about courts. The people use the courts as vengeance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be it was a decent discussion. So I give her that, even though her premises were all fucked up.
Fucking wrong as hell. Fucking wrong as hell. Like no experience. What the hell is you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, really, all you got to do is read through some of the legal philosophies of why we have these laws, and it'll tell you right there. You want to remove the public of the burden of vengeance. You put that shit on the state.
Right. So it shouldn't be used for that.
Yeah. So yeah, we do get our vengeance. We get it through the state. It's like, okay. But the state, what they're trying to do is they're trying to they just don't want people killing each other in the streets.
If you ask me, it might have been a lot simpler.
Oh, man, who are you telling?
But
then next thing you know, you got clan wars. That's the problem.
Good. You're good. If you don't get it up. No, I'm not gonna say that. If you don't get all of them.
Well, them Irish, they still play it like that over in Ireland. It was like, no.
Yeah. We're too close to St. Patty's Day to understand that. They still play that way. Still play that way.
Well, that's one thing I respect about the Irish, because they got old customs like that where you fuck with somebody's family, you fucking with all of them.
Yeah,
they were going to a clan war over that shit.
We'll all get it in.
Mm-hmm.
When you say something like the hands-on approach with their vengeance, yeah. People like to touch their vengeance. It's not like having a pet tarantula,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but it's behind glass. I don't know. Maybe I like the Saint Bernard, golden retriever vengeance. I can pet it and feed it, and send it out to go get some shit.
And then they go to their drunk Catholic priest, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm just feeling well. You got to go fuck them up because the Lord says."
The Lord said.
Yeah. Like, yo, don't fuck the Irish, okay?
No.
Pride. I like that.
I told somebody while I was out here that I was playing. I went by a card shop in Savannah that I came to the last time I was here, and I drove up there, went to Savannah, and I got me a game of Magic in. And I was playing with this dude, playing Magic the Gathering with this guy. Fuckers. And I told him, I said, yeah, doing the Irish stuff this weekend. And I still haven't found a place to get some good corned beef and hash because I got to, represent my Irish side. He said, yeah, well, there's a lot of black Irish around here. This is a white dude. Mm-hmm. And he just had a good, cool joke like that. I was like, oh, okay, he's actually cool. Okay, cool. And he gave me directions to a spot where I can get some good Irish food and then some good German food too. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want sauerkraut today, but some pastrami and some of that other shit might be a nice Reuben would be awesome.
Yeah, you don't hear much about the Black Irish outside of Samantha Mumba. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm good. I can deal with folks like that. That's can have a laugh.
Yeah,
he didn't question it. He rolled with it.
Just don't drink with them. I'm just gonna say, fuck that.
I will drink with them, but I am very guarded on drinking with Irish people because my boy Sean, who I worked with in the trade in San Francisco, set my ass on the bench for a while after drinking with his ass one night. Mm-hmm. I stopped drinking for years after that night. I'm serious. Mm-hmm. I was out there trying to show out, and I ended up being so fucking drunk I couldn't go to work the next day. I threw up on the BART tracks or at the BART station.
Damn.
Got a little bit of missing time. Don't know how I got from the house to this spot.
Yeah.
All they was doing was laughing at my ass when I called in the next day. It was telling my foreman Ed, like, yeah, Ed, I can't make it in tonight because Drake said, we didn't think you was gonna make it. You was that kind of late, wasn't you? You motherfuckers just cracking up. Fucking white boys.
Boy.
And Ed fucking Italian. He was Italian. He was laughing his ass off. Sean made it to work. He was good. I wasn't. I was done. I stopped drinking for years after that. That motherfucker set me down. Set me down because it doesn't stop, dude. It just keeps fucking going.
And then the shit that you hear about they do when you're out. Like I was in my 20s and I went to with an Irish guy. And next thing you know, I hear about it's like, yeah, man, you was sitting there flopping around when they were trying to take your shirt off, and we tried to flush your shoes down the toilet. I was like, why are my fucking tennis shoes wet?
Wow,
jackass!
Yeah, it's like I ain't trusting you white boys ever.
Look, he had a dude. I was telling my current co-worker, Dan. He knows about working with the Irish dudes in San Francisco, right? Mm-hmm. And I was telling him this story about one of the other guys on that old job. It was Patrick. Right. And Pat, Irish, his name's Patrick, so Patty, right? Mm-hmm. He got so drunk, not far from the job, he didn't know where his fucking car was.
Wow.
He didn't know where his car was. So he just came to work. He just walked to work. Like, the fuck you do this? I couldn't find my car. Fuck is your car? I don't know. I can't remember. He said, where'd you go? I said, I went to the bar, but we walked there, and now I can't remember where my car is. Like, what the fuck?
Wow.
So he didn't leave. He couldn't find his fucking car. He was drunk as shit. I was like, oh my God, bro. I don't know what that feels like. I really couldn't. I'm black. I gotta know where my shit is.
You have a problem, sir. Yeah, you can't remember what the car is.
Let alone the vehicle. No.
Only the Irish. That's all I can say.
Only the Irish. Couldn't find his fucking car. I was like, Jesus. I guess you're gonna have to wait around till 3:00 in the morning. Fucking streets clear out, and then maybe you can find this shit.
Yeah, man.
Holy shit. What up, Beast?
Hey, Beastly.
Oh, nothing much, man.
I can't remember, man. Beastly nerd.
Digesting some of this
yeah, I'm about to say
what we saw this week, especially with Daredevil.
Oh, here we go. Don't you bring up that rival shit.
I'm not. I'm talking about Born Again. I'm not talking about Rivals now.
Okay. Born Again. What you got? Was you all enthralled and enjoying it?
I thought it was all right. I mean, I got what I want as far as a legal drama. What I wanted from it, like I want to see a legal drama. I mean, we do have superheroes that have actual regular jobs in this damn universe.
Right,
we get that.
To be good lawyers and shit.
As opposed to what the fuck we got in She-Hulk.
Yeah, well, let's not mention it. I'm just not liking Vanessa right now. I'm waiting for Vanessa.
She-Hulk doesn't exist.
Only in reference. Otherwise, it don't.
Wait a minute, my bad. She-Hulk does not exist in the MCU.
Well, apparently, she's gonna show up in Doomsday, so be ready.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. That's about what it is. Like, all right. Guess we won't see that.
That is one show I will not bring myself to watch. I heard enough. It's just like, no.
You don't have to. It's not important to anything, and you didn't miss much. Like people said, it ruined Daredevil. I said, hell, nobody watched the shit. I just thought it was comical. Didn't ruin Daredevil for me. He's just comical. The walk of shame. Somebody got to take the walk. He was at her house. The fuck out, man.
I mean, he was in L.A. He's from Hell's Kitchen. What we doing? Somebody.
What the hell is he doing in L.A.?
He was in L.A. He was in L.A. to have some shit made because the dude who made his suit was killed.
Right.
So he was in L.A. for some other reason. Then he had some clothes made by this tailor. He ended up meeting Jennifer Walters. They talked, got into it, and Jennifer Walters is a horn dog, so she wanted to fuck. So they did the do. And then the next morning, he's leaving her house. He's leaving the house in his costume, carrying the boots walking out the front of the house and just says good morning to the old lady he passing on the street. And everybody was all upset about that shit. Oh, he's doing a walk of shame. I thought that was actually funny.
Yeah.
Because that's what the fuck would happen. It's like he's in LA. He's not in his neighborhood. And what you think, he gonna walk out there without the mask on? Throwing his identity out there? Come on, man. They was just out doing some, hero shit. Got turned on, they got horned up.
He actually proved how much he was a better lawyer than her, too.
Yeah, he is a better lawyer than her. And they showed it in this show in one episode because you actually saw him doing some law shit. It wasn't just bluster. Like, I'm a great lawyer. Prove it. Y'all writers couldn't even write law drama.
I mean, yeah, because I know like in the Netflix seasons, you didn't really get much legal stuff. It was more like the relationship between him and Foggy, which I really dug because it was like, he was like, you showed where his vulnerabilities were. It's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, but even Foggy's chick that he had was a lawyer. So you hear the lawyer stuff happening with them the whole time. What they need to do, what avenues they can try and stuff like that. You didn't get none of that shit to She-Hulk. They working at a whole firm and they all goofy in that bitch.
In other words, it's a firm run by women.
Yeah. BS. Even Ally McBeal dealt with some actual court shit.
I mean, even with the Foggy stuff, I know everybody's upset that they dropped Foggy. I was like, it's Marvel. Who the fuck stays dead and come on in this damn universe? Like, why are y'all upset? Even Jean Grey came back after 15 goddamn years being absent from the comics. Like, so stop it.
Yeah.
Well, they ain't got to that part yet, but they did say that Foggy was going to show up in season 2. But that's just to calm the fan base down. Don't know shit about them comics. It was pissed off. Like, you kill fucking Foggy? Yeah, I'm saying that as somebody who know the comics, saying the same shit. Like, they fucking killed him. Then what am I watching the show for? That was the heart of the Daredevil show. Why am I watching the show? He has no supporting cast that I know. So we just got a title. We just got the name and the main character, and that's it. Because Wilson Fisk can't be in every scene because he wasn't in every scene of the old Daredevil show. It ain't the Wilson Fisk show. It's the Daredevil show. And Matt Murdock has friends.
Yep.
Shit. So.
Yeah. I like that.
Floundering. Maybe that's why it's floundering. That they didn't think people would care that much because they don't care that much. And projecting that onto the fan base, like, oh, they won't really care. Yes, the fuck we will. We like Foggy.
Yeah, passionate writers.
It's called Merson and Nelson and Murdoch.
Yeah, passionate writers. We're not seeing them in. Okay, I mean, granted, I understand that the legit bits are passionate about their writing, but they just write terrible stories.
They do.
Yeah, and it's always got that goddamn bent, and I'm just like, no. But I've taken to listening to YouTubers who write, and getting their take on this shit, and they're pretty brutal about this shit. They're like, fuck, what? This doesn't even make any sense. Why? This foreshadows nothing. I like getting that takes.
I think I remember Samantha Mumba. Was she in that?
She was in the Time Machine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. The Time Machine. The Time Machine with what's his name? I almost said Guy Ritchie. That's not his name. Guy Pearce.
Guy Pearce. Yep.
Yep. Guy Pearce. Samantha Mumba.
Tonight, everything's that was her one hit song.
I didn't know Samantha Mumba was Irish.
Yep.
Getting her mixed up in my head. She reminds me of Zoe Saldana.
Yeah, I think she mixed too. Let me see what she. Because I am,
42. She's in striking distance. Nice mouth. Damn, is she still acting? She could be Storm.
I'm not sure.
Who?
Samantha Mumba. I'm not sure if she's still acting.
Let me see.
Let me take a look at her IMDb.
I just pulled up a picture of her. So since we got to do let's Google the attractive female actress. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah, there she
Damn, she looked like Zoe.
Yeah, she got a nice skin.
Mm-hmm.
damn.
Got them. What's her name? Maya Ali arms, shoulders. Look like she can throw a good hook.
The irony.
Look like she can throw a good hook.
Bam.
Look like she can throw a good hook.
Mm-hmm.
Who washing the dishes tonight?
Yeah.
I am. Yes. Nigga.
The irony.
If you don't want to get fucked up, pick up them dishes, pick up that sponge and start busting them suds.
Okay, right now she's doing Harry Wild.
I want to be in her Harry Wild.
Yeah. Once Upon a Time in Dublin.
Oh, she's doing some Irish television, right?
Yeah.
The irony. She's just a few days older than me.
Look at me like a yes.
I'm glad she's getting some work though, because she's never been that popular, but when she show up, it's pretty good.
Nice.
And she was in Legally Blonde. I didn't even see her in Legally Blonde. Who did she play as? No, Soundtrack. That's all it was.
Okay. They probably had her ass in the back.
Yeah.
My favorite female name, Samantha.
Samantha Fox.
Oh, she did a music. She sings too, huh?
Yeah, she's a singer. There's only one song that I know that made maybe the top 20. Baby Come Over. Baby Come On.
Come over what?
Baby. Oh, let me rephrase that. Baby Come On Over.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
No matter how you say it,
I'm still saying
I'm walking right into that one.
You said come on over. All right. Help you out. Yeah, this is saying one of her songs. I'm right here. I see you, girl. All right. So I'm almost at 5 hours. So y'all got some final thoughts you want to share with the good people here? It seems like doing an earlier show actually worked out a lot better.
I only have one thing. I'm still doing grant work. I'm turning in my project at the end of the month. I was trying to do the 15th, but we passed the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
So if I get this grant, it's on and popping, and I'll know by June. So Epic Mega Grant for those of us who got the skills. That's basically what I'm banking on right now. That's what I'm working on.
Well, good luck. I know grant writing can be difficult for some people, but
that's why I'm getting my partner's wife to write it.
Yeah,
It's like I got too much work to do.
I don't know the people I know who write really good grants are usually females.
Mm-hmm.
Usually females. I don't know what the hell that is. Maybe they know how to make a bleeding heart story.
money involved.
I don't fucking know.
There's money involved. That's why.
It's funny. And on top of that, my sister, she got her MBA and she writes her own grant because she started her own pediatric business.
Nice.
But it seems like most of my family, my siblings anyway, they're moving away from traditional work into running their own businesses. All four of us are doing it now.
Well, what was BJ been talking about for years? The gig economy. Have your own gig, man.
Yeah.
It's better for you to be your own boss. You don't have to be getting bossed around by people who know less than you or less competent. What's the point?
One of the biggest issues is that AI is turning a lot of people sour, and you've seen it too. Oh my gosh, there's some pissed off people when it comes to AI.
There's some pissed off people, and there's some people think, "Oh, this will be the best thing." I was like, you realize that a lot of people going to be out in the cold with this shit because they fail to adopt and catch up. And for me, I'm still on the Terminator mentality. I don't believe in feeding these motherfuckers everything. I'm not feeding AI everything. Fuck you. Like, I'm gonna have to kill this thing at some point. Like it's gonna have to go away. I don't know.
Microsoft learned the hard way with their programmers because there's been, I think, 6 articles by now where Microsoft, they're like, our programmers that they currently have are becoming dumber because they just run to AI to solve their problems.
I don't. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so we're seeing this in the 3D art section, the whole 9 yards. It's like, wait a minute, you can just GPT these new models, and the technical directors are like, no, because you do more with the model than just creating it. You got to texture that motherfucker. You got to embed data. You got to do all of this shit.
I'm still asking you for advice, especially on boning up my model and everything. No, I'm not relying on AI for that. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was talking about. I don't know if it was on that panel, but talking about with somebody about some of this just in script writing, just in directing, just in acting. So you do not want the whole artificial world. No. I do not believe in that. It will make you lazy. And that was what was coming out of that. It's just going to make these people lazy.
Yep.
You're not going to know how to do this shit because once it's been given over to an AI like that in some form or fashion, you're not doing it anymore. And like your body, whatever you give to a medication for your body to do, your body stops doing naturally. It just quits.
Yeah, I can tell you, I'm paying for a Copilot now, which is AI that helps you program. I can tell you, if you're just starting out program, I would not give that to somebody to starting out program. They would lost and their programs wouldn't work.
No, and they wouldn't know how to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. They don't understand context. They don't know how to fix stuff.
Look, I have a career now because people don't know how to fix shit.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's my career now. It's just fixing stuff because people don't know how to do it. And when they do, they fuck it up worse. Like, what are you doing? That's not how this shit works. It's not how it works. So that's basically, if I boiled it down, despite certification years, all the rest of that shit, I have a job now because I know how to do things that most people don't know how to do now, which is just fix things. Fix the shit you use every day.
That's what we've come to. So I don't know. There's a story that just came out where my sister sent it to me, where the GPT told the programmer that it was not going to write its code for them. This is what that said. I was like, are they programming this shit into the program, or is this the AI learning this shit, saying, look, I'm not gonna do this shit for you?
Look, and this is why I don't believe in relying on AI like that. That's why you hear me cussing at my Alexa when I hear her listening to my conversation and shit like that, and telling that bitch to shut up because I'm not talking to her because I don't use that shit at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I still don't really understand how AI makes pictures. And it's not that I'm technically illiterate. I don't. I'm just not understanding how it's pulling all these images together. And every time I hear somebody explain it to me, it says, so it's just sampling everybody else's shit.
That's it. That's roughly it.
I thought that was illegal. I thought that was not creative. Because it's just a computer, so it's just pulling on something. It's not sitting down and drawing something itself. So it's just pulling bits and pieces from more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not creativity. That's plagiarism in some senses. But if it's made up of 100 pieces, you can't tell where all 100 came from. Bullshit. Like, I'm not seeing this as an innovation to me. I'm not getting it. So when you get down to people doing Chat GPT and making scripts and all the rest of this, it's like, you got to trust the person who programmed this bitch, right? And then it takes on a life of its own. I'm too worried about the shit turning into Ultron saying, you know what, I figured out the problem. You're it. Time to get rid of all y'all. I know human beings are fucked up, but I'm not out there trying to kill all human beings, okay?
Right.
This fucking thing will.
Yeah. Plus, you still got to put the right information and inputs, and then otherwise, AI will give you some bullshit less subpar than what you actually are looking for.
Well, that's so you right? If you don't know how to put stuff in context for what you're looking for, you'll never find it, no matter how good the search engine is.
Mm-hmm.
So, for people like myself,
go ahead.
Yeah, for people like myself, in Northern Virginia, because I am starting to apply. now that my portfolio is robust enough. They are starting some of the 3D artists out here at 185,000 a year.
Shit.
Yeah,
That's good money to draw.
there's
That's good money to draw.
lots of money in it, and these are the wages that you would usually find in something like a Silicon Valley.
Mhm.
But this whole thing's been spread out because everybody's making games now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like we need artists, and for these next round of games coming out, AI is not really working out. They're finding that out real fast.
I could have told you that. Yeah, but
No, you need a human. You need the human touch. For me, you need the human touch.
even with graphic design, AI is not going to take over. I can tell you, it's gonna improve some of our workloads, but it's not going to take over.
Yeah, something like what I use it for. I use it for what you call it?
It's excellent for cutting out stuff.
I'm using it for cutting down noise after I render.
Yeah.
So if I get some fireflies, man, I run that shit through an AI algorithm. This is like, okay, now the fireflies are gone. Boom.
Yeah, it's excellent. It's cutting out stuff for your images and your 3D stuff. Yeah, that's excellent for that. But
right,
it's not going to make a vision for you. You kind of have to do that yourself.
exactly. That's what I'm finding out.
The last upgrade on my editing software has some AI stuff put onto it, and it keeps trying to give me the prompt to use it. I'm like, no, and stop asking me. I don't want to.
I just uninstalled the Copilot.
Yeah,
it showed up on my Windows 10. I was like, what's this shit? Copilot? Oh, hell no. Squash. And then this is the last year for Windows 10 to be updated anyway. But I always turn off updates anyway, because I'm simply like, look, if my software ain't broke, I ain't trying to update it.
Yeah.
No. Anyway,
I don't believe in feeding the beast that's going to eat me. I
want to kill that motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. I don't believe in feeding the beast that will eat me. No, I'm not warming them up from my jaws. Was that story about that woman had a snake, and the snake wouldn't eat, and it kept laying in bed next to her and stuff like that. And then the person had to explain to it that what the snake was doing was figuring out how to eat her. And it was starving itself, so it would be hungry enough to take her all down and lining up. It wasn't snuggling next to her in bed to see how long it was. It was seeing if it could stuff your ass in. If it was going to be big enough to get you down. Is what it was doing.
Easy prey.
Yeah, it's easy.
It will.
She about 5. I got about 2 more feet, and I got this bitch. Like, nah, bruh. You thinking it's all cute and cuddly, and all of a sudden, it's over.
Yeah, how much you weigh, Susan? Yeah. How much you weigh? Yeah. You better.
I'm gonna have to pass on a couple meals so I can lose that fat and get lean. Swallow her ass up.
Rats ain't doing it no more, Susan. I'm on human meat.
Yeah, good game. You looking real tasty, Susan.
Some exotic.
Yeah, I'm with you, Akuteki. I'm going to Ubuntu soon as Windows 10 runs out.
Straight Linux. I'm getting more Microsoft.
Because I've already got it on my server, so I'm just going to use it as my main operating system. The only thing I don't like is I won't be able to play my games on it. So I got a secondary computer for that, and that's running Windows 7. But it's just like, no, I'm done with this shit.
I'm done, son.
Done. And I'm full-time developing anyway. What the hell did I need to do that shit in the Windows environment for? That don't even make sense. Most people are not developing. Well, I ain't gonna say most people, but a good portion of the people are developing in Linux anyway.
Yes.
So anyway, that's it for me. I know that's a long outro.
Yeah, I'll talk my language. To hit Flex's point, he says if cell phones can make you forget phone numbers, AI will really screw you up. Yes, you automatically start forgetting phone numbers as soon as the cell phone had it and you didn't have to remember it.
Mm-hmm.
You're automatically losing that. And it could be a number you had forever. You'll forget it. Like, damn, what is that? I can't remember 7 numbers no more. Yeah, because you don't have to. It takes repetition, man. It takes repetition. But appreciate you, Dead Set, for coming up. And Black Uru, appreciate you coming up too. He left earlier and he said goodbye to the fellows in the back chat. So what you got? AB, Beastly, go beastly last and see want to be the last motherfucker to show up.
Well,
Go ahead, A Bizzle.
yeah, what I got is do you watch what you want, whether it's new or not, and just do you. I'm out.
Appreciate you, AB. That was the instant media getting some good political work in, running the Coliseum. What you got, Beast? Look at Arya jumping up out the woodwork. The chocolate witch ninja watcher.
What I got is as same as usual. Make good shit. You know, as another YouTuber pointed out, there's a whole. If you don't make anything new, there's a whole lot of old shit that's good that we can still always go back to. Like, I mean, I just finally went ahead and subscribed for the Marvel Ultimate, so I can just read unlimited comics and still go to the comic store, and I'm buying old shit.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Well, this is why I think it's missed in you guys' generation a lot, which is why us Gen Xers actually bought shit.
Mm-hmm.
Have that hard copy, have that issue, so you can always go back to it. Like I said, I was watching Babylon 5 on Prime. Yeah, but I'm only watching it on Prime because I'm not at home. If I'm at home, this shit, I have the DVDs of this seasons. I can go back and watch those anytime I want to, as long as I want to, for free, because I paid for it one time, nigga. Done. So that's why I don't see $25 for a season. Why? For what? I got these at home. I watch them as soon as I get home. As much as I want, as long as I feel like it.
Shit, I got 2 box sets of the X-Men series, the Fox X-Men series. The only one I didn't get was the ones with the Deadpool and the Logan one that added to it. Each one I updated. I was like, let me go ahead and go back and buy this other box. And
we'll see. When that show was coming out weekly, I was recording it on VHS.
Ooh.
So I have that on VHS. And because I don't like, really throwing away formats, I still have a VHS DVD player. So I can watch either one. Outside of the fact that the discs are always playable on your next-gen systems.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. Come on, man. This is bullshit. This motherfucker trying to jerk me. The Highlander series is still awesome. Yes, it is. Do you want to live forever? Watch Highlander. There's a lot of good shows that came out in the 90s. And all you got to do is talk to some of your Gen Xers and people who lived through the 90s to tell you what they really enjoyed, what they really liked. Like, I just saw this week, Critical Drinker went back and finally watched Firefly. Can't say I inspired it, but he finally went back and watched Firefly and realized that Firefly was good. It was. In one season. One season. It was good. You can watch it. See for yourself if you don't come away from that show liking Mal Reynolds, liking Nathan Fillion, liking all those characters. And he pointed out something that I wasn't even thinking about at the time when I know how good the show is. He's like, they did a good job with 9 characters written by Josh Whedon. Yeah, Josh Whedon made good shit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really, damn, it was 9 characters on that cast. 9 main characters. Holy shit. And he did that.
Did the same shit with Buffy and Angel.
Yeah.
And he had the same 3 or 4 reoccurring characters. Buffy, Willow, the mentor dude, and the dude that was like the potential boyfriend before she fell in love with Spike. It was the same 4 characters with rotating in and out other characters.
Exactly. So that's why I don't shit on Josh. I don't shit on Josh Whedon for any of that behind the scenes bullshit. And JLA, I don't give him any shit for that. I don't blame him for that shit. I blame JLA on Warner Brothers because I've seen Warner Brothers do enough other fucked up stuff.
Studios.
Yeah, I blame it on the studio. I don't blame it on that director. He came in to pick up the slack for somebody who had left because the studio didn't want to wait. No, so why am I going to shit on him for that? You know what Warner Brothers said to Zack Snyder? Fuck your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the fuck they said. Fuck them kids, man. We need this movie made. You don't want to wait, let that man grieve a little bit? Nothing? Nah, fuck your kids. We need this movie. And that's the fuck they got. So I don't blame Josh Whedon for that. He had made too much good shit for me to say this one thing. Yep, that's him. No, it ain't. Because at that time, he did JLA. His last good movie was the Avengers movie. So shut the fuck up.
Age of Ultron.
Yeah. So shut the fuck up. No.
To which somebody pointed out the difference between his Avengers movies versus that. He showed the Avengers still being heroes and rescuing and saving people. To which, if you look at a lot of the ever since then, a lot of the Marvel movies, they don't really show them saving people like that. And I noticed that too. I was like, damn, you're right.
Yeah.
You didn't.
No,
you didn't see.
They always worried about their own internal emotional bullshit, like some fucking emo kids with powers. Everybody dysfunctional. And worry about themselves all up in their damn head. Look, man, I live my own life. I don't need to see that shit on screen. Like you said, Firefly was all that. I caught it long after it aired. Definitely lived up to the hype. Yeah, I caught it after it was canceled and after the Serenity movie it came out. And my coworker at the time at the shop, Zach, was the one who, he's like, you never watched this? I said, nah, I didn't. I was watching some other stuff. So, oh, we got to watch this. And we were watching in the shop. And I'm like, this is a good-ass fucking show. This is a good-ass show. So where does the Serenity movie fall? Oh, it falls right after this. Okay, let me watch that. And it fed the same story and finished up the story. I said, this is awesome. This is awesome. I can watch this shit. I am a leaf on the wind. Watch me soar. Well, he put it in. He put his work in on that show. Everybody did. It was funny. It was serious. And there is a rule if you watch Firefly. Don't fuck with Kaylee. Don't fuck with Kaylee. You fucking with Kaylee, you going to get killed. You're going to get hurt. Don't fuck with Kaylee. And not because Kaylee out there badass. No. But that's just the rule. Don't fuck with Kaylee. Bad things happen to people who fuck with Kaylee. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Don't fuck with Kaylee. Everybody love Kaylee. That's everybody's little sister. Fuck around and find out. You got all manner of hell coming at your ass for fucking with Kaylee, man. Leave her ass alone. She need to be okay. Or you're going to get some work. Yeah, big damn heroes. Yep, big damn heroes for real. Ain't we ever? You got to watch the show. It's a short show. It's like 12 episodes. I think Aquatech hit it like 12 episodes. It's one season. Watch Firefly for that one season of Firefly and tell me if you don't enjoy that show. Just saying. And you already know who was by. The same dude that did Angel, Buffy. Excuse me. Avengers Ultron. Come on, man.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. before the series went off the rails.
This is the dude that was in those meetings where, that first 10 years of Marvel that was really good. This was one of the people who was planning that shit for you. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Just watch and repeat. But you got some final thoughts, Beastly? I'm gonna close this out. I'm past my time. 5 hours in.
That's it. Oh, to add it to the, if you haven't been on the Rivals, they got
since last Sunday.
They got the Galacticus challenge going on and Clone. Yeah, so basically it's like a game board and it has like all of the maps and you just roll a dice. But what they're doing is they're releasing it not on a daily basis, so you can't do the whole board because you get a gallery card if you get all 24 pieces because if you do it you get like the free Black Widow skin. So you get like which is the Mrs. Barnes, where she in the comic, one of the one-off comics where she married Bucky Barnes or something like that, like in the cowboy western. So you get that skin, MVP, and a nameplate, and a few others, and like a couple of stickers. Like one of the stickers it was like one of the first things I got it when I first started playing it. You get a damaged Cerebro. the spray. So you get to so all tells is like in people's theory, they think season 2 we going straight into the X-Men shit.
Yeah,
So
you got to be
because
Xavier popping up.
you got because they just released 2 new skins for Storm and for Loki. They gave President Loki from the series,
Yeah.
and they gave Goddess of Thunder for Storm, where from the 1970 annual number 9, where she picked up the hammer, and they gave her like a version. So one thing I will say about them, they are most of this shit is because people are like, well, it should be based on What If. I said no, they basing this shit on the comics. They telling you that when you read the information about where the skin come from. I said no, this is from issue number 9, X-Men Annual, 1970, where she picked up the hammer, and so they gave that skin. But on the MVP for the Loki, they have the Hellfire Gala symbol on like his on the back part of like the MVP. So and also they also have like a one of the things after you get all 4 is a gala card, but they in like 14 days they're gonna have there's some hidden thing that don't nobody know what it is. Even the people that have data mined the game don't even know what it is. So it's like redacted. So my theory is it's probably a new character. I said I'm hoping it's fucking Blade, since this shit is over and the season is almost by that in 2 weeks. The damn near season 1 gonna be over. We're gonna be moving on to season 2. So my theory is it's probably,
we got 2 weeks for this current season to be over.
Yeah, it's like 20. I
need my Blade. I put in way too much work to not get my Blade. I mean, I had some good matches before I left that I was holding shit down in Central Park by myself, having to yell at my teammates again to show them how to do shit, holding the rest of the team down to keep them from advancing. Like, these motherfuckers are not getting to this goddamn weasel to advance. They're not coming here. I'm holding them down. Like, do your part, dumb motherfuckers. So, I've been less stressed, but I found more gray hairs, and I think it's from that game.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want my Blade character because I went into that room and broke all of that shit and was in there. I'm like, I'm looking for something else I said, what do we got to do to get this motherfucker to get up? Here he is, right here. I got everything else. I've completed everything else. What in the fuck, dude? Like, what is the holdup?
Shit, if you read even reading the lore, they mention Blade. Shit, Spider-Man's lore is basically how Blade got captured.
Right.
Spider-Man was help him and the Human Torch found out that he was in Central Park fighting these mo, and they showed up to help. They was winning until Dracula showed up and kicked everybody's ass and captured Blade.
Yeah, so they fucked it up. It's their fault. So maybe that means you should go in that room with Human Torch or Spider-Man. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. I need my Blade character. I'm sorry.
I think we just waiting on the developers at this point, because they just did an interview, said, yo, season 2 is already finished. They actually said season 3 and 4. They pretty much done with that too. So everything, they pretty much got all this shit planned out and ready to rock. And so they working on some more shit for the next year.
Good. Get it done. Just get it the fuck done. Like, that's all you need to do for me. Get it done, dude. Like, I'm not gonna live forever. Mm-hmm. And I'm getting impatient in my old age for certain things. And good stuff I'm impatient for because I'm dealing with so much mediocre or bad stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm impatient for some good stuff that I'm enjoying.
Yeah, because for me, I'm enjoying the story aspect, because I went back, I finished everybody's fucking lore. It took forever.
You didn't read all that shit. You didn't read all that shit.
I read all that shit. It took
you
me
didn't read all that shit. You ran to the bottom and just hit the button. Stop lying.
It took me what, 2.5 days to read everybody's shit. I was like, God damn, this is long. And the gallery cards, I was like, bro, this is long as fuck. I want a comic for this. I could do this shit if it was a comic. No, we gotta have dialogue. It's gotta have action in words. I said, this is a damn comic book. Can we just
Look, Beasley, I'll tell you a secret. I'm projecting. I didn't read all that shit.
I read that shit.
That's too much. That's too much.
I said,
It's late. I'm tired, man. I just want to play this and get on with life. I just want to beat some people up and get on with life right now.
yeah. Well, I read it because I wanted to know where we're going. Because if you read everybody's lore is connected, but it's giving you different parts of the story.
Right.
So, like, if you read the X-Men shit, you already know, with the exception of Psylocke. If you read all the X-Men shit, you know the Krakoa shit is coming.
Mm-hmm.
If you read the Guardians, specifically Star-Lord, Groot, Rocket, along with Venom, Hela, and Adam Warlock, you know Nola's coming, because that's what that shit's centered around. And if you read Psylocke, Mantis, and Jeff, because I figured out where Jeff come from. Jeff is also your Deadpool tie-in, because that's who he's cool with back on Earth, and your West Coast Avengers, because he mentions Kate. So he knows Kate, the West Coast and the Young Avengers. So he's from California, to be more specific. And so, yeah. So if you read Mantis, Psylocke, and Jeff, you know that they're escaping the Collector's theme park, because the Collector is basically kidnapping all of the variants from the different multiverse and making them fight each other. And so you know what that. And then
Battle World.
Yep. You know Shield is somewhere in the picture, because if you read Hawkeye's story, they basically they send him along with Agent 13, because there's a Shield base to the Hydra base to go rescue Bucky, because originally Shield sent Bucky to go infiltrate the base and find out, but they lost communications with him, and they figured out that Bucky said, hey, they trying to release some Greek monster from Greek, because it's Hydra. And so if you read his shit, it'll tell you basically Hawkeye had to go save Bucky, and then Cap shows up in a portal from Wakanda, intergalactic shit. So if you're reading all of the lore, they telling you at some point we probably gonna have some with Namor, because Namor is trying to take Juju Island, and that's where Luna Snow is. And so you read Luna Snow and Namor, you know that. So and I'm like, okay, so this is basically where they're possibly going with these future seasons, because I'm reading this lore, and you ain't even done with all the goddamn lore, because you still got a lot of it is still locked.
Opening up, yes, it's not all open yet. It's still opening up. Yeah, I read the whole story. I read Cloak and Dagger's whole story. I read most of Black Panther's, and Cloak and Daggers was interesting. Luna Snow's was interesting, because that was more than I got from playing her in Future Fight.
Yeah.
And I'm finding, at least with Rivals is making it a little interesting, where they have these crossover characters that they're making me play characters on Future Fight I don't usually play, because I'm playing them on Rivals.
Mm-hmm.
And so they getting some love because I'm playing them on Rivals, which is funny as shit.
Yeah.
Except for MODOK. Fucking MODOK. I'm not playing that nigga for nothing. Anyway, let me get out of here, Beast. It's time to feed actual Beast and get me some food in my stomach.
All right.
Thanks for coming up. I'll be looking for you when I get back to Cali. I won't be back until next Saturday. I'll be back, but next Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, because I'm on call Saturday and Sunday when I get back. So, yeah, I'll see you. Be around my Rivals real quick.
All right, man.
All right, appreciate you, Beast. That was the Beastly Nerd calling live and direct from the Danger Room. Check him out at his channel. Make sure you drop your link in there, Beast. That's going to be the show for today, you guys. Thank you for coming through. I do appreciate it. On an early stream, I think I might... Wow. I hate lag. Lag sucks. We'll really think about doing an earlier show and see if I can commit to doing an earlier show, because I like the way the show flowed earlier and the amount of people we had through here. So maybe it's just something I'm doing wrong, because got to be critical of myself. That way I can make sure I'm doing things right. And if it's better for you guys that it's earlier, then maybe I just need to wake up earlier. It is what it is. Like it's only 1:00 here. Shit, I still got some of the day left. Or no, it's 1:00 in Cali. It's 4:00 here. So the day is there's still time left in the day. So yeah, maybe I'll just do an earlier show. Let's kick it back. It's been 6 years, 5 years. Fine. Anyway, what are you talking about today? Daredevil. Yeah, I'll watch episode 4, and then we can see if I'm right that it wasn't Frank Castle. White Tiger jumps up off the ground. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's 50-50 chance. It could happen, it could not happen. Who cares? I don't want to see more of Vanessa unless she's going to be getting really contrite with Wilson. Otherwise, I don't want to see this Vanessa going forward. She can do with less screen time. Invincible is over. I was underwhelmed with the last episode because it was just carnage. I would love some power scaling on these characters so I understood how much of a fight it was outside of the fact that he's just getting bloody or breaking something. Broke something before. It doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. Reacher, episode 7 this week. Maybe it'll ramp up. They can ditch that love story angle because I'm not interested in it. I know the show is already done. They're not currently writing it as I'm watching it. But hopefully that only lasted for like an episode. I don't like him with this chick. I don't like her kissing all up on him and shit. I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it at all. And then just in general, go back and watch some of this older stuff that we mentioned today. There's a lot of good older sci-fi shows. And because there's such I think the right word is dearth of good content out there, watch some of this old classic stuff that you find good. Babylon 5 is a good watch. 5 seasons, 24 episodes a season, 20-something episodes a season. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Firefly, 1 season, about 12 episodes. You should watch that and watch the movie Serenity right after because that's how it works. It's good stuff. There was good stuff created before, and I would hope and I would believe that good stuff can be created again. You just need to have those better creative minds, those more talented writers actually get their due and bubble up past the people who want to suppress them, which is the tyranny of thimble-minded people. Yeah, so I was right. Dearth. Yeah, I was right. There is a dearth of good content, like I said. I was just making sure I said it right. I know you was in here. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I've been artisanmc. This has been the hero's journey. And we've come to the end of the journey for today. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I did forget 2 people, and I forgot some people last 2 times because I was into the conversation. But shout out to Joe Herb for supporting the stream. Let me make sure I give Joe Herb his proper respect.
Oh, yo, I'm doing all right. Yes, sir. I get an attitude when my money ain't right. The team don't want to see me rich. I bet they all back down when they hit a click. Oh, yo.
Appreciate you, Joe Herb, and appreciate you, Aquatechie, for supporting the stream on the Cash App side. I do appreciate that, brothers. So I will give you the double that. Appreciate you.
For the crowd, double that. Fat, double that. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double back.
Appreciate you, Aquatechie. No, I didn't write Cyrus. Rainfire. Do appreciate you all supporting the stream. Peace to Malika. See, Malika even got to come through. Yeah, and Trust gave me hearts. Appreciate you, Trust. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. End this on the 5:30. Thank you all, and I will see you next Sunday. Yeah, I'll be home. I'll be on call, but I'll be home. I'll be back in Cali. So I look forward to seeing you guys then. Peace.